Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 signs you're dealing with an evil person. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to thrive on causing chaos and pain in others' lives? It's a chilling realization, but evil people exist, and their impact can be devastating. Welcome to today's video, where we delve into a topic that's both fascinating and frightening: the signs you're dealing with an evil person. Whether you've crossed paths with such individuals or fear that someone close to you is exhibiting troubling behavior, this is a discussion you cannot afford to miss. Evil people aren't just difficult, they lack empathy, manipulate and control with a cold precision that leaves a trail of destruction in their wake. Stay with us as we uncover the 10 telltale signs of evil, offering wisdom and strategies to protect yourself from their toxic influence. And don't forget, we have a special bonus at the end, a powerful method for setting boundaries with the destructive personalities. Welcome to Wellness Lenses, where we explore mental health and the journey to self-development. Let's dive in. Section 1. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. One of the most insidious traits of an evil person is their ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. This exploitation is not a mere act of opportunism. It is a deliberate and calculated move to gain power and control. Imagine a person who, upon learning of your financial struggles, offers seemingly generous help, but with strings attached. Over time, this assistance becomes a tool for manipulation, making you feel indebted and obligated. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised that true strength lies in helping others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, evil individuals weaponize kindness to create dependency. They target your emotional, financial, or physical weaknesses, turning them into instruments of control. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Do not be blinded by their initial generosity or sympathy. Instead, observe the patterns of their actions. Are they genuinely helping, or are they creating a situation where you are increasingly reliant on them? A wise person remains vigilant, understanding that true assistance empowers, while exploitation entraps. Remember, the foundation of any healthy relationship is mutual respect and support, not manipulation through vulnerability. Section 2. Pathological lying. Pathological lying is a hallmark of an evil person. Unlike occasional falsehoods that most people might tell, pathological liars weave a web of deceit that permeates every aspect of their lives. They lie not only to manipulate situations to their advantage, but also for the sheer pleasure of deception. These individuals construct a facade, presenting themselves as trustworthy and reliable while hiding their true intentions. As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the cornerstones of a virtuous life. The lies of an evil person erode trust, creating an environment where truth is a rare commodity. Their deceit is often so elaborate and convincing that it becomes difficult to discern reality from fiction. This constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, leaving a trail of confusion and mistrust. To protect oneself, it is essential to remain grounded in truth and practice discernment. Be aware of inconsistencies in their stories and actions. Over time, their pattern of deceit will become evident. Trust is earned through consistent and truthful behavior, not through the manipulation of facts. By valuing truth and integrity, you shield yourself from the corrosive effects of pathological liars. Section 3. Manipulation. Manipulation is a subtle yet powerful tool wielded by evil individuals to bend others to their will. Unlike straightforward aggression, manipulation is insidious, often masquerading as concern or affection. The manipulator skillfully exploits emotions, using guilt, fear, and obligation to control their victims. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of reason and self-control. He warned against allowing others to dictate our actions through emotional manipulation. Evil people are masters of this dark art. They may play the victim, making you feel responsible for their happiness or success. Alternatively, they might shower you with praise and attention, only to withdraw it to keep you in a state of perpetual insecurity. Recognizing manipulation requires a clear and objective mind. Reflect on your interactions with such individuals. Are their actions and words consistent? Do they often make you feel guilty or obligated? A wise person understands that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and honesty, not on coercion and deceit. By cultivating inner strength and self-awareness, you can resist manipulation and maintain control over your own life. Remember, true power lies in mastering oneself, not in controlling others. Section 4. Charismatic but toxic. Evil individuals often cloak their malevolence in charisma and charm. At first glance, they seem genuinely interested in you, showering you with attention and making you feel valued. However, this facade quickly fades as their true nature emerges. These toxic personalities thrive on being the center of attention, often resorting to belittling or criticizing others to maintain their dominance. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true character is revealed through consistent actions, not through superficial charm. An evil person's charisma is a tool for manipulation, drawing you in before unveiling their toxic behavior. They may interrupt you, talk over you, or make you feel inferior to bolster their own ego. Recognizing this behavior is essential for self-preservation. Observe how they treat others, especially those who cannot offer them anything in return. A genuinely good person treats everyone with respect, regardless of their status. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. A wise individual remains wary of those who seem too good to be true, understanding that true virtue is quiet and unassuming, not loud and ostentatious. Section 5. Unpredictable behavior. Unpredictable behavior is a common trait among evil people, creating an environment of instability and fear. These individuals are erratic, their actions and moods shifting without warning. This unpredictability keeps those around them constantly on edge, never knowing what to expect next. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, maintaining inner peace requires understanding that external chaos is beyond our control. Evil people exploit this chaos, using it to manipulate and control others. Their erratic behavior can manifest as sudden outbursts of anger, mood swings, or inexplicable actions. This unpredictability is a deliberate tactic to keep you unsettled and dependent on their approval. Recognizing this pattern is crucial. Stay grounded in your own values and principles, and do not allow their chaos to dictate your emotions or actions. A wise person understands that true strength comes from within, not from external validation. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, you can navigate the storm of unpredictability and protect your inner peace. Remember, Stability and consistency are hallmarks of a virtuous life, while chaos and unpredictability are tools of manipulation. Section 6. Isolation tactics. Isolation is a powerful strategy employed by evil individuals to control and dominate their victims. By severing your connections with friends, family, and support systems, they make you increasingly dependent on them. This isolation can be subtle, starting with criticism of your loved ones and escalating to outright forbidding you from seeing them. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of community and relationships in achieving a virtuous life. Evil people, however, seek to undermine this by isolating you from those who provide support and perspective. Recognizing this tactic is essential for maintaining your autonomy. Pay attention to efforts to distance you from your social network. Are they frequently criticizing your friends and family or creating conflicts that force you to choose sides? A wise person values and nurtures their relationships, understanding that a strong support system is crucial for emotional well-being. Resist attempts to isolate you by maintaining open communication with your loved ones and seeking their counsel. By staying connected, you protect yourself from the insidious effects of isolation and maintain your independence and strength. Section 7. Lack of empathy. A profound lack of empathy is a defining characteristic of an evil person. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is the cornerstone of meaningful human relationships. Without it, interactions become hollow and self-serving. An evil person's actions are often devoid of any genuine concern for how they affect others. They may inflict pain or discomfort without a second thought, driven solely by their own desires and ambitions. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true strength lies in understanding and caring for others. The absence of empathy creates a void where cruelty and indifference thrive. Recognizing this lack is crucial. Observe how they react to others' suffering or misfortune. Do they show genuine concern, or do they dismiss it as irrelevant? A wise person values empathy and compassion, understanding that these qualities are essential for a harmonious and virtuous life. Protect yourself by setting boundaries with those who lack empathy and surrounding yourself with individuals who demonstrate genuine care and understanding. By doing so, you foster an environment of mutual respect and support, shielding yourself from the coldness of an unempathetic heart. Section 8. Extreme control. Extreme control is a defining trait of evil individuals, manifesting in their relentless desire to dominate every aspect of your life. This control goes beyond mere preferences. It is an all-consuming need to dictate your actions, choices, and even thoughts. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to control our own minds and actions. Evil people, however, seek to strip you of this freedom, imposing their will through constant surveillance, criticism, and intimidation. Recognizing this behavior is essential for reclaiming your autonomy. Reflect on your interactions. Are they always checking up on you, demanding to know your whereabouts, and micromanaging your decisions? Do they use threats or emotional manipulation to enforce their control? A wise person understands the importance of personal freedom and the right to make their own choices. Resist their attempts to dominate by setting firm boundaries and asserting your independence. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who respect your autonomy. By doing so, you maintain control over your own life and protect yourself from the oppressive grip of extreme control. Section 9. Enjoyment of others' misery. One of the most disturbing traits of an evil person is their enjoyment of others' misery. This goes beyond a lack of empathy. It is a perverse pleasure derived from causing or witnessing suffering. Such individuals might laugh at others' misfortunes or go out of their way to create pain and chaos. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of kindness and compassion in our interactions. Evil people, however, thrive on the opposite. Their joy in others' suffering reveals a deep-seated malice. Recognizing this trait is vital. Observe their reactions to misfortune. Do they show a disturbing delight in the pain of others? A wise person understands that true happiness comes from lifting others up, not tearing them down. Protect yourself by distancing from those who find joy in cruelty. Cultivate relationships with individuals who exhibit kindness and compassion. By doing so, you create a positive environment that fosters growth and well-being. Remember, the measure of a person's character is in their ability to show empathy and kindness, not in their capacity for cruelty and malice. Section 10. Lack of accountability. A lack of accountability is a hallmark of an evil person. They rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. Instead, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, evading any sense of personal responsibility. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-reflection and accountability in personal growth. An evil person's refusal to acknowledge their faults hinders any possibility for improvement or genuine change. This lack of accountability often manifests in constant excuses, shifting blame, and a complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Pay attention to how they respond when confronted with their mistakes. Do they own up to their actions, or do they deflect and accuse others? A wise person values accountability, understanding that it is essential for integrity and trust. Protect yourself by holding firm to your own values and expecting accountability in your relationships. Surround yourself with individuals who demonstrate honesty and a willingness to learn from their mistakes. By fostering an environment of accountability, you ensure that your interactions are built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Evil people can weave their way into our lives, leaving us feeling manipulated, controlled, and hurt. But by recognizing these 10 signs, you can protect yourself and reclaim your peace. Remember, it's not just about identifying these traits, but also about setting firm boundaries and standing strong in your values. If you found this video helpful, please like and share it to help others recognize and deal with the evil people in their lives. Don't forget to subscribe to Wellness Lenses for more insights on mental health and self-development. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue bringing you valuable content. Have any questions or experiences to share? Drop them in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay wise, stay strong, and see you in the next video.
10 subtle ways your friends are using you and how to deal with this problem. Friendships are one of life's greatest gifts. They provide us with joy, support, and the companionship we crave in a chaotic world. At their core, true friendships are built on mutual trust and respect, a balance of giving and receiving that enriches both lives. But not all friendships are as balanced as they appear. Some relationships can take a subtle, toxic turn, where one party exploits the other's goodwill. What makes these situations so difficult to detect is their quiet nature. Manipulation often wears a mask of normalcy. This isn't to suggest that every friend who asks for a favor is using you, or that the occasional misstep is malicious. We're all imperfect, and friendships naturally ebb and flow. However, when the imbalance becomes a pattern, when you feel more drained than uplifted, it's time to pause and reflect. Are you being valued, or are you merely being used? The purpose of this guide is not to sow distrust, but to help you recognize subtle red flags in friendships. It's about fostering awareness so you can make wise decisions about the relationships you nurture. While it's important to be kind and forgiving, it's equally vital to protect your energy and respect yourself. Approach these signs with a level head and a fair heart. Stoicism teaches us to judge actions, not intentions, and to remain calm in the face of discomfort. Use this wisdom to assess your friendships objectively. If you find evidence of imbalance, you owe it to yourself to take action, not in anger or haste, but with quiet dignity and firm resolve. After all, a wise person knows the value of their time and spirit and will not waste it on relationships that lack reciprocity. 1. Only contacting you when they need something. A true friendship thrives on mutual interest and shared experiences. But if a friend only appears when they need something, a favor, advice, or money, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. These interactions might initially seem harmless, even natural, but when they become the foundation of your connection, it's a sign of imbalance. Imagine a friend who calls you only to vent about their problems or ask for your help moving apartments. While you're happy to support them, you notice a pattern. Once their need is met, they disappear until the next crisis. Over time, this one-sided dynamic begins to weigh on you, leaving you feeling like a resource rather than a valued individual. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what we can control. You cannot control another's intentions, but you can control how you respond. Reflect on the friendship with honesty. Does this person engage with you for who you are, or merely for what you provide? If the latter, it's essential to recognize the pattern and decide how much energy you're willing to invest. A wise person values their time and energy, offering it to those who reciprocate. It doesn't mean cutting people off at the first sign of selfishness, but setting boundaries. Start by being less available for their requests and observe their reaction. Genuine friends will adjust, showing interest in your life. Those who are using you will likely fade away. Both outcomes bring clarity, allowing you to invest your energy where it is truly appreciated. 2. Never being available. When you need help or support. Friendship is a two-way street. While it's natural for one person to need more support at times, the overall balance should reflect mutual care. A friend who is consistently unavailable when you need help, yet expects you to be their rock, is demonstrating a concerning lack of reciprocity. Picture this scenario. You've been there for a friend through their tough breakup, offering a listening ear and advice late into the night. Months later, when you're struggling at work and reach out, they're too busy or dismissive of your struggles. Over time, these repeated absences erode trust and make you feel unvalued. In Stoic philosophy, relationships should foster harmony and growth. If someone constantly takes without giving back, they disrupt this balance. This doesn't mean expecting tit-for-tat gestures, but recognizing that a true friend will show up when it matters, even if it's inconvenient for them. Address the issue with quiet courage. Instead of making accusations, share how you feel. For example, I've noticed I'm often there for you, but when I need help, it feels like you're unavailable. Can we talk about this? Their response will reveal the depth of their care for you. If the imbalance persists, take solace in the wisdom that not all friendships are meant to last. Invest your energy in those who genuinely support you, remembering that you deserve relationships that uplift, not drain, your spirit. 3. Frequently cancelling plans, unless it's convenient for them. We all lead busy lives, and plans occasionally fall through. However, if a friend consistently cancels on you, unless it suits their convenience, it signals a lack of respect for your time and the relationship. Consider this. You've planned a coffee date, rearranged your schedule, and looked forward to catching up. Hours before meeting, they cancel, citing vague reasons or suggesting rescheduling at a time more convenient for them. This becomes a pattern, with them dictating the terms of your interactions. Over time, it feels as though your time and effort are inconsequential to them. A Stoic approach to such behavior involves recognizing what this says about their values. Actions, not words, reveal true character. If a friend repeatedly prioritizes their convenience over your shared commitments, they may not value the friendship as you do. Address the issue with calm firmness. Mention the pattern and how it affects you. I've noticed plans are often cancelled, and it feels like my time isn't valued. Can we find a way to make our meetups work for both of us? A genuine friend will acknowledge this and work to improve. Should they continue to prioritize convenience over commitment, take it as a sign to focus your time on relationships that respect and value you. Life is too short to waste on those who fail to recognize the importance of shared time and connection. 4. Manipulating you into feeling guilty to meet their demands. A true friend respects your choices and boundaries. However, someone who uses guilt to manipulate you into meeting their demands is exploiting your kindness. Guilt tripping is a subtle yet potent form of control that preys on your sense of obligation. Imagine this scenario. You've declined a favor because you're stretched too thin, but your friend responds with statements like, "I thought you were the one person I could count on," or, "If you really cared, you'd help me." These words aren't a genuine appeal. They're a tool to coerce you into compliance while disregarding your feelings or capacity. Stoic wisdom teaches us to separate what is in our control from what isn't. You cannot control someone else's attempt to manipulate, but you can control how you respond. Recognize that guilt tripping reflects their insecurity or self-centeredness. It is not a reflection of your worth or loyalty. When confronted with guilt-driven demands, pause and reflect. Are you saying yes because you want to, or because you feel coerced? Politely but firmly assert your boundaries. "I care about you, but I can't help this time. I hope you understand." A genuine friend will respect your limits. A manipulator may persist or react negatively, revealing their true intentions. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Stoicism reminds us to act in alignment with reason and integrity, not out of fear or guilt. By standing firm, you protect your sense of self and encourage healthier dynamics in all your relationships. 5. Borrowing money or items and never returning them. Lending a hand or a few dollars is a natural part of friendships. But when a friend repeatedly borrows money or items without returning them, it signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for your trust and resources. Picture this: a friend frequently forgets to pay you back after borrowing money, or holds on to things you've lent them indefinitely, despite reminders. Over time, this pattern erodes trust and leaves you feeling used. While occasional forgetfulness is human, repeated occurrences suggest carelessness or entitlement. A Stoic approach involves managing your expectations. Marcus Aurelius advised us to act virtuously without expecting the same in return. However, there is wisdom in protecting yourself from exploitation. Lending something with the expectation of never seeing it again can be freeing. It eliminates disappointment. That said, if the borrowing becomes a habit, it's crucial to address it. Communicate openly, yet calmly. I've noticed that when I lend you things, they don't always come back. Let's make sure this doesn't become a pattern. Observe their response. A genuine friend will apologize and make amends, while someone who is using you may become defensive or dismissive. In the future, consider limiting what you lend or setting clear terms. Protecting your resources doesn't make you selfish. It shows you value your own well-being. A wise person understands that trust, once broken, must be rebuilt with actions, not empty promises. 6. Taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. True friends celebrate your achievements and acknowledge your contributions. However, some people subtly steal the spotlight, taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. This behavior not only undermines your efforts, but also reveals their insecurity. Imagine working on a project together, pouring your heart into it, only for your friend to present it as their own during a meeting. Or perhaps you shared a creative idea in confidence, only to hear them recount it as their original thought in a group setting. While they may excuse it as harmless, it chips away at the trust in your relationship. Stoicism teaches us to remain indifferent to external validation and focus on internal integrity. While accolades are gratifying, they should never define your self-worth. Still, it's essential to address disrespect when it arises to preserve healthy dynamics. Call out the behavior tactfully. I noticed you mentioned the idea we discussed, but it wasn't clear it was something we worked on together. Watch their reaction. A true friend will acknowledge the oversight and correct it. Someone using you may downplay or justify their actions. Going forward, protect your ideas by setting boundaries. Share sensitive information selectively and clarify your expectations up front. Remember, recognition from others may fade, but the wisdom of acting with integrity remains. Value yourself enough to demand respect and seek friends who honor your efforts and contributions without envy or deceit. 7. Exploiting your skills or resources without reciprocation. A friendship should be a balance of giving and receiving, but some friends use your unique skills or resources for their own benefit without offering anything in return. While helping out occasionally is normal, constant exploitation indicates a lack of respect for your time and talents. Consider this. A friend frequently asks for free graphic design help, access to your network, or advice in your area of expertise. While they're quick to call when they need something, they rarely show interest in your life or offer to help in return. Over time, you begin to feel like a service provider rather than a valued friend. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the value of reciprocity in relationships. Epictetus reminds us to focus on what aligns with our values. If a friendship feels transactional, it may be time to reevaluate whether it reflects your principles. Helping others is virtuous, but not at the cost of being taken for granted. Set boundaries with clarity and grace. Politely decline unnecessary requests. I'd love to help, but I'm focusing on my own commitments right now. Observe how they respond. A true friend will understand and respect your time. Someone using you may push back or guilt trip you. Seek relationships where your generosity is matched by genuine appreciation and reciprocity. Your skills and resources are valuable, and a wise person shares them with those who respect and honor their worth. 8. Using you as an emotional dumping ground. Sharing emotions is a cornerstone of deep friendships, but it becomes problematic when one friend offloads their struggles while disregarding the other's feelings. If a friend consistently uses you as an emotional dumping ground, they may be taking advantage of your empathy. Imagine a friend who calls you after every argument with their partner, venting for hours without pausing to ask how you're doing. When you try to share your struggles, they quickly steer the conversation back to themselves or dismiss your concerns. Over time, this one-sided emotional exchange leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. Stoicism encourages us to remain calm in the face of others' emotions, but it also reminds us to protect our own peace. You can't pour from an empty cup. If a friendship becomes an emotional burden, it's time to set limits. Gently bring up the imbalance. I value our talks, but I've noticed we mostly focus on your challenges. I'd love for us to support each other more evenly. A genuine friend will appreciate this and adjust their behavior. If not, consider how much energy you want to invest in the relationship. Prioritize your emotional well-being by seeking friendships where support flows both ways. A wise person knows that true connection involves listening as much as sharing and values relationships that nourish rather than deplete their spirit. 9. Being excessively competitive or jealous. Healthy friendships celebrate mutual success, but when a friend is overly competitive or subtly jealous, it undermines the relationship. This behavior often manifests as backhanded compliments, subtle one-upmanship, or minimizing your achievements. Picture this. You share exciting news about a promotion, only for your friend to respond with, "That's great, but my new role has way more perks." Or perhaps they point out minor flaws in your accomplishments like, "Congrats on your marathon. I bet you'd do even better if you train like I do." These comments leave you feeling deflated instead of celebrated. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own progress and not compare ourselves to others. However, it also emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us. A competitive or jealous friend often projects their insecurities, creating an environment that stifles rather than supports. Address the behavior calmly. I've noticed that when I share my successes, the conversation shifts to comparisons. "I value your input, but I'd also love to feel celebrated." A true friend will acknowledge this and make an effort to change. Seek friends who share your joys and motivate you to grow. True strength lies in fostering relationships that encourage collaboration and mutual respect, not competition. 10. Showing a lack of interest in your life. Friendship is a shared journey, but when a friend shows little interest in your life unless it benefits them, it reflects a lack of genuine care. This behavior often manifests as shallow conversations, forgetfulness about important details, or steering discussions toward their needs. Imagine sharing exciting news about a personal milestone only for your friend to reply with a distracted, "That's nice," before launching into their own stories. Or worse, they only seem engaged when they need something from you. Over time, this disregard for your experiences can make the relationship feel hollow. A Stoic perspective encourages self-respect and the pursuit of meaningful connections. Marcus Aurelius advised focusing on what enriches our lives and letting go of what doesn't. If a friend consistently shows disinterest, ask yourself whether their presence aligns with your values. Raise the issue tactfully. I've noticed that we don't talk much about what's happening in my life. I'd love for us to connect more deeply. Their response will reveal their true investment in the friendship. Invest your energy in relationships where mutual interest and care are evident. Surround yourself with friends who not only hear you but truly listen, for such connections are the foundation of a fulfilling life. A wise person values relationships that honor both parties, fostering growth and connection in equal measure. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Recognizing subtle signs of being used is the first step, but addressing these behaviors requires courage, clarity, and self-respect. Friendships are meant to nurture and uplift, not drain your energy or diminish your worth. Here are constructive ways to handle these situations while preserving your peace and dignity. 1. Recognize patterns and reflect on the relationship's balance. Begin by observing the dynamics of the relationship. Is it consistently one-sided, with you giving more than you receive? Are you left feeling unappreciated or invisible? Reflection, a key Stoic practice, helps you detach from emotions and assess the situation rationally. Journaling your experiences can bring clarity and highlight recurring patterns that might have gone unnoticed. 2. Set clear boundaries and communicate openly. Boundaries are essential for healthy relationships. Politely but firmly communicate your feelings and needs. For example, if a friend frequently cancels plans, say, "I value our time together and would appreciate more commitment to our meetups." Setting boundaries doesn't make you unkind, it shows you respect yourself. 3. Test the friendship. If you're unsure of their intentions, test the relationship by asking for support. A genuine friend will rise to the occasion, while someone using you may find excuses or deflect. For instance, ask for help with a task you typically handle for them and observe their reaction. This small test often reveals the true depth of their care. 4. Practice self-care and redirect your energy. Focusing on yourself is not selfish, it's essential. Engage in hobbies, pursue personal goals, and build connections with those who truly value you. Surrounding yourself with supportive, positive people will naturally help you distance yourself from toxic dynamics. Remember, a wise person prioritizes their well-being and avoids relationships that drain their spirit. 5. Seek support if needed. If these situations weigh heavily on you, seek counsel from trusted friends or a professional. Sometimes, an objective perspective can provide insight and strength. Discussing your feelings openly can help you make decisions with clarity and confidence. By addressing these issues with calm resolve and self-respect, you honor your own worth. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity and align our actions with our values. You have the power to choose relationships that reflect mutual respect and care, creating space for those who truly deserve a place in your life. Friendships are among the most enriching parts of life, but only when they are built on respect, trust, and reciprocity. Recognizing the subtle ways someone might be using you is not about fostering suspicion, but about ensuring your relationships are healthy and balanced. As you navigate these dynamics, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control: your actions, your boundaries, and your choices. Let go of relationships that undermine your peace and invest in those that uplift and inspire you. By valuing yourself, you naturally attract connections that reflect that value. Ultimately, the strength of a friendship lies not in its longevity, but in its quality. Prioritize relationships that honor mutual growth, kindness, and respect. True friends will celebrate your successes, support you in struggles, and cherish you for who you are, not for what you can provide. A wise life is one surrounded by meaningful connections, and you deserve nothing less. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and insights. Your support helps us create content that inspires and empowers. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you experienced any of these subtle signs in your friendships? Share your takeaways or personal stories in the comments below. Let's keep the conversation going and help each other build stronger, healthier connections.
Have you ever found yourself overwhelmed by stress, unable to stay calm amidst the chaos of everyday life? Imagine if you could navigate life's storms with an unshakable sense of peace and composure. This is the promise of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has guided countless individuals toward a more resilient and fulfilling existence. In a world filled with uncertainties and challenges, the teachings of Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius offer timeless wisdom that can help you maintain inner tranquility no matter what life throws your way. In this video, we will explore 15 profound lessons from Stoicism that can transform your approach to life's trials and tribulations. These principles, grounded in the art of emotional detachment, mindfulness, acceptance, and more, will equip you with practical tools to cultivate a calm and composed demeanor. Join us on this journey of self-discovery and learn how to apply the ancient wisdom of Stoicism to achieve inner peace and mastery of your emotions in the modern world. Let's delve into these invaluable teachings and unlock the secrets to a serene and resilient life. 1. Develop emotional detachment. Developing emotional detachment doesn't mean becoming cold or indifferent. Rather, it's about cultivating an objective perspective on outcomes and external events. Imagine you're preparing a project presentation for months. and despite your efforts, it doesn't get the approval you hoped for. Instead of spiraling into disappointment and self-doubt, Stoicism teaches us to recognize that the outcome is beyond our control. We can control only the effort we put into our work and our reaction to its reception. Take, for example, a Stoic practice known as view from above. Picture yourself as a bird soaring high above your city. From this vantage point, your problems, which seem monumental up close, appear much smaller. This mental exercise helps to detach emotionally from the intensity of immediate situations, providing a broader perspective and reducing emotional turmoil. Additionally, consider the practice of imagining you're a third-party observer of your own life. For instance, if you receive harsh criticism at work, instead of immediately feeling hurt or defensive, pause and imagine how you would advise a friend in the same situation. This shift in perspective allows you to respond with rationality and calm, rather than being swept away by immediate emotional reactions. By cultivating emotional detachment, you empower yourself to face life's ups and downs with greater equanimity. This practice helps you maintain inner peace and focus on what you can control, your own responses, while letting go of the need to control external events and outcomes. 2. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, a concept deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, involves being fully present and engaged in the current moment. Consider the example of a person stuck in a long commute. Instead of letting their mind wander to stressful thoughts about the day ahead or frustrations about the delay, they can focus on the present. They might notice the details of their surroundings, the rhythm of their breath, or the sensation of the seat beneath them. By immersing themselves in the present moment, they can reduce anxiety and find calm amidst the chaos. Seneca, a revered Stoic philosopher, taught that mindfulness isn't limited to serene moments, but should extend to everyday activities. For instance, while washing dishes, focus on the feel of the water, the sound of the clinking plates, and the motion of your hands. This practice transforms mundane tasks into opportunities for mindfulness, helping to ground you in the present and preventing your mind from being overwhelmed by past regrets or future worries. By practicing mindfulness, you develop the ability to live in the now, appreciating each moment as it comes. This focus not only enhances your daily experiences, but also fosters a deeper sense of peace and clarity, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with a composed and resilient mindset. 3. The value of gratitude. Gratitude, a powerful principle in Stoicism, involves appreciating what you have and finding value in every experience. Imagine a challenging work project that didn't yield the desired results. Instead of fixating on the failure, a Stoic perspective encourages you to appreciate the lessons learned and the skills developed during the process. This shift in focus can transform setbacks into opportunities for growth and reflection. Seneca emphasized the importance of redirecting our attention from what we lack to what we possess. Consider the simple act of enjoying a meal. Rather than taking it for granted, pause to appreciate the effort that went into preparing it, the nourishment it provides, and the sensory pleasure of its taste and aroma. This practice of gratitude can extend to all areas of life, from relationships to personal achievements, fostering a sense of contentment and reducing the desire for more. In moments of adversity, gratitude acts as a beacon, guiding you through difficult times by highlighting the positives in your life. This practice not only enhances your overall well-being, but also strengthens your resilience, enabling you to maintain a calm and balanced outlook regardless of external circumstances. 4. Keep learning and growing. The commitment to lifelong learning and personal growth is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic teacher, believed that the journey of self-improvement is never-ending. For instance, if you face a professional setback, instead of viewing it as a failure, see it as an opportunity to acquire new skills or knowledge that will prepare you for future challenges. Consider the example of someone learning a new language. The process is often fraught with mistakes and frustrations. However, each error and correction is a step toward mastery. This continuous pursuit of knowledge not only enhances your abilities, but also builds resilience and adaptability, crucial traits for navigating life's uncertainties. By embracing the philosophy of continuous growth, you cultivate a mindset that welcomes challenges as opportunities for development. This approach aligns with the Stoic belief that we are always in the process of becoming better versions of ourselves. Lifelong learning keeps your mind active, your skills sharp, and your perspective broad, enabling you to handle life's vicissitudes with grace and wisdom. 5. Engage in regular self-reflection. Regular self-reflection is a vital Stoic practice that involves examining your thoughts, actions, and motives to ensure they align with your values and virtues. Imagine ending your day by reviewing your interactions and decisions. Did you act with integrity? Were your responses guided by reason rather than emotion? This daily practice, similar to journaling, helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces positive behaviors. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, often engaged in self-reflection through his meditations. He would assess his actions and thoughts, striving to live in accordance with Stoic virtues. This habit of introspection allows you to learn from your experiences, correct mistakes, and cultivate a more virtuous and composed character. By dedicating time to self-reflection, you gain deeper insights into your behavior and motivations, fostering personal growth and self-awareness. This practice not only enhances your ability to live a virtuous life, but also equips you with the clarity and inner strength needed to face life's challenges with confidence and serenity. 6. Be virtuous. Living a virtuous life is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. The 4 cardinal virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, serve as guiding principles. For example, wisdom helps you make sound decisions. Courage enables you to face fears and challenges. Justice ensures fair and ethical behavior, and temperance promotes self-control and moderation. Imagine a scenario where you must make a difficult decision at work. By applying wisdom, you consider the long-term consequences and ethical implications. Courage helps you take necessary actions despite potential backlash. Justice ensures that your decision is fair to all parties involved, and temperance prevents you from being swayed by extreme emotions. By embodying these virtues, you create a foundation for a balanced and harmonious life. Virtuous living not only enhances your personal integrity and relationships, but also fosters inner peace and stability. As you strive to align your actions with these virtues, you cultivate a resilient and composed character, capable of withstanding life's adversities with grace and dignity. 7. Embrace voluntary discomfort. Stoics believe in periodically exposing themselves to discomfort to build mental and physical resilience. Consider the practice of fasting. By choosing to go without food for a set period, you not only appreciate your meals more, but also strengthen your ability to endure hunger and discomfort. Another example is taking cold showers. This simple act trains your body and mind to handle physical stress, making you more resilient to everyday challenges. Voluntary discomfort can also involve refraining from certain pleasures like social media or luxury items to cultivate self-discipline and gratitude for the basics. By embracing voluntary discomfort, you prepare yourself for unforeseen hardships and reduce the impact of minor inconveniences. This practice builds a robust character, capable of maintaining composure and calm in the face of adversity. It teaches you to appreciate the comforts you have and to navigate life's challenges with greater strength and equanimity. 8. The power of acceptance. Acceptance is a central tenet of Stoicism, emphasizing the importance of embracing life as it unfolds. Marcus Aurelius taught that resisting the natural course of events leads to unnecessary suffering. Imagine you missed a flight due to unforeseen circumstances. Instead of dwelling on the frustration and inconvenience, Stoicism encourages you to accept the situation and adapt to the new circumstances. Consider the metaphor of a ship navigating a storm. The captain cannot control the weather, but can steer the ship to safety. Similarly, by accepting what you cannot change and focusing on your actions, you can navigate life's storms with grace and resilience. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It's about recognizing the limits of your control and responding wisely to whatever life presents. This mindset reduces stress and fosters a sense of inner peace, allowing you to face life's unpredictability with a calm and composed demeanor. Acceptance, as taught by the Stoics, becomes a powerful tool for maintaining tranquility amidst life's constant flux. 9. Limit. Excessive desires. Stoicism teaches that excessive desires lead to perpetual dissatisfaction and turmoil. Imagine constantly yearning for the latest gadgets or luxury items. This endless pursuit can leave you feeling unfulfilled and anxious. Seneca advises that true contentment comes from moderating desires and appreciating what you have. Consider simplifying your lifestyle. Instead of chasing after the newest car, focus on the reliability and functionality of your current vehicle. This shift in perspective helps you find satisfaction in what is necessary and beneficial, rather than being driven by fleeting wants. By limiting excessive desires, you free yourself from the constant cycle of wanting more. This practice cultivates inner peace and stability, allowing you to appreciate the simple joys and necessities of life. Embracing moderation leads to a more content and serene existence, aligned with the Stoic principle of living virtuously and wisely. 10. Embrace what you can control. Focusing on what you can control is a fundamental Stoic practice. Imagine you're in a traffic jam. Instead of getting frustrated by the delay, concentrate on what you can control, your thoughts and reactions. You might use this time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. Epictetus taught that our power lies in our thoughts and actions. For instance, if a colleague behaves rudely, you can't control their behavior, but can choose how to respond. Instead of reacting angrily, you might choose to remain calm and address the issue diplomatically later. By directing your energy towards what you can control, you reduce stress and enhance your ability to handle life's challenges. This practice empowers you to navigate situations with purpose and clarity, maintaining inner peace regardless of external circumstances. Embracing the Stoic dichotomy of control helps you focus on personal growth and resilience, fostering a balanced and composed outlook on life. 11. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization involves imagining worst-case scenarios to build resilience and appreciation. Consider envisioning the loss of a valuable possession or a significant relationship. This practice helps you prepare mentally for potential losses and fosters gratitude for what you currently have. For example, before a major presentation, Imagine possible technical failures or tough questions from the audience. By preparing for these scenarios, you reduce anxiety and enhance your readiness to handle unexpected challenges calmly. Negative visualization, a technique advocated by the Stoics, allows you to face fears head-on and develop a deeper appreciation for life's blessings. It shifts your focus from what could go wrong to valuing what you have, thus fostering a resilient and grateful mindset. This practice equips you with the mental strength to remain calm and composed, even when confronted with life's uncertainties. 12. Foster a sense of community and service. Stoicism teaches that we are all part of a larger whole, and contributing to the well-being of others is essential for inner peace. Imagine volunteering at a local shelter or mentoring a younger colleague. These acts of service not only benefit others, but also enrich your sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the interconnectedness of humanity, emphasizing that serving others fosters a harmonious and fulfilling life. By focusing on community and service, you can shift your attention from personal anxieties to the collective good, finding solace and satisfaction in helping others. Fostering a sense of community and engaging in acts of service enhance your sense of purpose and mitigate personal anxieties. This outward focus aligns with Stoic virtues, promoting a balanced and harmonious life. By contributing to the well-being of others, you cultivate inner peace and resilience, navigating life's challenges with a composed and generous spirit. 13. Understand the transitory nature of life. Recognizing life's impermanence is a cornerstone of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, teaching that understanding this transience can help maintain calm and perspective. Imagine enjoying a beautiful sunset. Instead of lamenting its brevity, appreciate its fleeting beauty and the moment's richness. Consider the seasons changing. Just as winter gives way to spring, life's challenges and joys are temporary. By accepting this natural ebb and flow, you can better appreciate each moment without clinging to it or fearing its end. Understanding the transitory nature of life helps you appreciate the present and reduces anxiety about the future. This perspective fosters a sense of inner tranquility and resilience, allowing you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and acceptance. Embracing impermanence, as taught by the Stoics, leads to a deeper appreciation of life's fleeting moments and a more serene outlook on its inevitable changes. 14. Cultivate resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, a trait highly valued in Stoic philosophy. Epictetus viewed challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities to strengthen character. Imagine facing a significant personal setback, like losing a job. Instead of succumbing to despair, use this situation to develop new skills or explore new career paths. Consider the story of a tree battered by storms. Its roots grow deeper and stronger with each challenge it faces. Similarly, by embracing adversity, you can develop a more robust and resilient character. Each difficulty you overcome adds to your inner strength and fortitude. Cultivating resilience enables you to face life's inevitable challenges with confidence and grace. This Stoic practice helps you see adversity as a catalyst for personal growth, transforming obstacles into opportunities. By building resilience, you enhance your ability to maintain calm and composure, navigating life's storms with an unyielding and courageous spirit. 15. Choose your response. The power of choice in responding to external events is a key Stoic lesson. Epictetus taught that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can control our reactions. For instance, If someone cuts you off in traffic, you can choose to react with anger or remain calm and let it go. Imagine facing a sudden job loss. Instead of reacting with panic, choose to see it as an opportunity for new beginnings. Focus on what you can do next, updating your resume, networking, and exploring new career options. Choosing your response empowers you to maintain inner peace and control over your emotions. This practice aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control, fostering a balanced and composed outlook on life. By consciously shaping your reactions, you can navigate life's challenges with wisdom and resilience, maintaining calm amidst the chaos. In conclusion, in a world where chaos and unpredictability seem to reign supreme, the timeless wisdom of Stoicism offers a beacon of hope and a path to inner tranquility. By embracing the 15 lessons we've explored, from practicing mindfulness and gratitude to cultivating resilience and understanding life's impermanence, you can transform your approach to everyday challenges and find peace amidst the storm. These Stoic principles are not mere abstract concepts, but practical tools that can be integrated into your daily life. They encourage you to focus on what you can control, accept what you cannot, and respond to life's trials with wisdom and grace. Whether it's through self-reflection, voluntary discomfort, or continuous learning, each lesson provides a unique strategy to strengthen your character and enhance your emotional resilience. Remember, the journey to a calm and composed life is ongoing. It's about progress, not perfection. By consistently applying these Stoic teachings, you can cultivate a mindset that embraces life's uncertainties with courage and equanimity. As you continue to grow and evolve, let these ancient insights guide you toward a more serene, fulfilling existence. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Stoic philosophy. May these lessons inspire you to live with greater wisdom, courage, and inner peace, no matter what challenges you may face.
Here are 10 signs that you are being too kind, and 4 powerful strategies to stop people from taking advantage of your kindness and protect your energy. Have you ever felt like your kindness is being used against you? Maybe you've noticed one of these signs. People only come to you when they need something. Your goals are consistently sidelined, or you feel drained and unappreciated after helping others. If any of these resonate, it's a wake-up call. You might be giving too much, and it's costing you your happiness and peace of mind. When you're overly kind, you risk falling into dangerous patterns. You might find yourself neglecting your own needs, attracting people who drain your energy, or being treated as weak. Worse, you could even lose touch with your own identity as your life becomes consumed by the needs of others. The Stoics warned against this imbalance, teaching us the importance of self-respect and setting boundaries. But don't worry, there's a way out. Imagine a life where you could spot these 10 signs early and take action. People treating you as weak, assuming you'll handle everything, or overlooking your goals. What if you could break free from these cycles, preserve your energy, and still be a kind and giving person? In this video, I'll reveal 10 signs that you are being too kind and 4 transformative strategies to protect your energy while maintaining meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have the tools to balance kindness with self-respect and finally stop feeling taken advantage of. Stick around. This could change the way you see yourself and your relationships forever. 10 signs that you should stop being too kind. 1. Unrealistic expectations. How overgiving leaves you drained. Let me tell you about a moment in my life when I felt completely wiped out. I had bent over backward to help a friend who was struggling. I covered their shifts, lent them money, and even spent hours listening to their problems. At first, I felt good, like I was making a difference. But as the weeks went by, something strange started happening. I found myself waiting for them to ask, "How are you doing?" or to return the favor. Spoiler alert, it didn't happen. Instead, they grew comfortable taking what I gave, and I grew resentful. Here's the truth I had to face. I wasn't being selfless. I was attaching strings. I expected them to give back, to reciprocate, to care as much as I cared. And when they didn't, I felt betrayed. That's when I realized I had unrealistic expectations, and it wasn't their fault. It was mine. The Stoics teach us to give freely, but with boundaries. They say, give not to please, but to act in accordance with your own principles. Giving from a place of expectation isn't generosity. It's a transaction. And when you expect others to fill your emotional bank account, you set yourself up for disappointment. 2. Dependency creation. Breaking free from the trap of always giving. I used to think that helping others non-stop was a sign of strength. If I could solve everyone's problems, surely they'd see my value, right? But here's the trap. The more I helped, the less others tried to help themselves. My constant giving became a crutch for them and a burden for me. I'll never forget the time I stayed up all night finishing a colleague's project. Instead of gratitude, they handed me even more work the next week. I was enabling their laziness, not empowering their growth. That's when I realized I was stuck in a cycle of overgiving, and it was harming both of us. The Stoics remind us that self-respect begins with boundaries. As Seneca said, sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Living courageously means saying no when giving would hurt you or hinder someone else's growth. True kindness isn't about doing everything for others. It's about inspiring them to step up and handle their own responsibilities. Once I learned this, I started changing my approach. Instead of jumping in to fix everything, I offered guidance and encouragement. But I let people take charge of their own challenges. It wasn't easy at first. Old habits die hard. But over time, it felt empowering. Remember this, when you always rescue others, you're not helping them. You're holding them back. Be kind, but don't let your kindness become a cage for yourself or others. Empower, don't enable. I started asking myself, am I giving because I genuinely want to, or because I expect something in return? That shift in mindset was life-changing. Now, I give what I can without overextending myself, and I let go of the outcome. It's not about getting something back. It's about staying true to who I am. And guess what? When you give from a place of strength and self-respect, people sense it. It creates healthier relationships. Stop chasing approval. Start embracing the power of intentional giving. It's freedom. 3. Neglected goals. How overgiving can steal your purpose. There was a point in my life when I felt like I was running on a hamster wheel. Every day was a blur of helping others, family, friends, co-workers, but my own goals, forgotten. I was so focused on pleasing everyone else that I didn't even know what I wanted anymore. The wake-up call came when I missed a major opportunity because I was too busy helping someone move. I looked at my life and thought, how did I get here? The Stoics warn us that if we ignore our own responsibilities, we lose ourselves. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." I had been avoiding my own dreams by drowning myself in other people's problems. It felt easier to fix their lives than to face my own fears. But here's the truth. Self-neglect isn't noble. It's self-sabotage. So I started small. I made time for what mattered to me: writing, learning, working toward my dreams. I learned to politely decline requests that didn't align with my priorities. And guess what? Not only did I start making progress, but people respected me more for it. If you feel lost in the chaos of helping everyone but yourself, it's time to stop. Your dreams deserve your attention. Take control of your life by setting boundaries and putting yourself first, not out of selfishness, but out of self-respect. 4. Perceived weakness. How overgiving undermines your strength. There was a time when I prided myself on being the person everyone could count on. Need a favor? I was your go-to, but over time I noticed something unsettling. People began to take my help for granted. Worse, they started treating me as if I didn't have the strength to stand up for myself. I remember a moment when someone flat out said, "Don't worry, you'll do it. You always do." That hit me like a ton of bricks. My kindness, which I thought would earn respect, was being mistaken for weakness. It wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. The Stoics teach us that true strength comes from self-control and setting boundaries. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." By not saying no, I was giving up my freedom and my power. I decided to change. The next time someone pushed a responsibility onto me, I respectfully declined. At first, they were surprised, even annoyed, but eventually something unexpected happened. They began to respect me. Saying no didn't make me less helpful. It made me someone whose time and energy were valued. Here's the truth. People will treat you the way you teach them to. If you don't set boundaries, you'll be seen as a doormat. But when you stand up for yourself, you command respect. Don't let your kindness be mistaken for weakness. Let it be rooted in strength. 5. Conditional relationships. Recognizing true connections. One day, I looked around and realized that most of the people in my life only showed up when they needed something. At first, I told myself, that's just how people are. But deep down, it stung. Why weren't they there when I needed support? The Stoics teach us to act with wisdom and discernment. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." I realized I needed to be intentional about my relationships, focusing on those who truly valued me for who I was, not what I could do for them. I began to pull back from one-sided friendships. It was hard, I'm not going to lie. But as I let go of people who only took, I made space for deeper, more meaningful connections. I discovered the power of saying, "I can't right now," and it helped me see who truly valued me beyond my favors. Here's the key. Real relationships are about mutual respect and care. If someone only calls when they need something, it's time to reevaluate that connection. Invest your time in people who lift you up, not just those who weigh you down. 6. Attracting opportunists. Guarding your energy. I used to wonder why certain people seemed to gravitate toward me, the ones who always had problems but never solutions. They drained my energy, leaving me emotionally and mentally exhausted. No matter how much I gave, it was never enough. It felt like I was a magnet for negativity. The Stoics have a profound lesson here. We are what we repeatedly do. If you give endlessly without boundaries, you train others to see you as a resource rather than a person. When your energy is low, you attract opportunists, people who take but never give. This realization hit me hard. I had to acknowledge that my overgiving was part of the problem. So I decided to shift my focus. Instead of giving to everyone, I started prioritizing relationships and activities that uplifted me. I began practicing what the Stoics call apatheia, emotional balance, by protecting my energy. It wasn't easy. Some people didn't like the new boundaries, but as I distanced myself from those who drained me, I noticed something incredible. I started attracting people who brought positivity and support into my life. When you elevate your energy, you invite better into your world. Remember, kindness is powerful, but it needs to come from a place of strength. Protect your energy. It's your greatest asset. 7. Risk of addiction. The hidden cost of overgiving. One day, someone close to me said, "You're always helping others, but have you noticed how much you've been relying on that extra drink or those late-night snacks?" At first, I brushed it off, but later it hit me. My overgiving was driving me to unhealthy habits. I was using distractions to cope with burnout. The Stoics warn us about losing control over ourselves. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you give too much and neglect your own needs, you leave a void that unhealthy habits can easily fill. I started paying attention to how I felt after giving too much, tired, frustrated, and sometimes even resentful. To break the cycle, I began setting firm boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being. I replaced unhealthy habits with restorative ones, like journaling or taking long walks. If you're caught in a pattern of overgiving and unhealthy coping, pause, reflect. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to help others. Master your choices, and you'll master your life. 8. Suspicion of motives. Why kindness can be misunderstood. I used to think kindness would always be appreciated, but there were moments when people questioned my intentions. "Why are you doing this?" they'd ask, as if my generosity had some hidden agenda. It was disheartening. The Stoics remind us to focus on our actions, not others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Living with integrity means doing good for its own sake, not for validation or approval. I learned to let go of how others perceived my kindness. I focused on living in alignment with my values, knowing that not everyone would understand or trust my motives. Over time, the right people saw my intentions, and the wrong ones fell away. If you've experienced this, remember, you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Be kind, but don't let suspicion discourage you. Your actions, grounded in integrity, will speak louder than words. 9. Loss of identity. Forgetting who you are. There was a time in my life when I felt like I was living for everyone else. I was the problem solver, the caregiver, the one who always said, "I'll handle it." Slowly, without even noticing, I started losing touch with who I really was. My dreams, interests, and even my sense of self-worth faded into the background. The Stoics teach us that our identity lies in our ability to live in harmony with our values. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Overgiving can pull you away from the essence of who you are because you're too busy trying to meet others' expectations. I realized that I wasn't just overgiving. I was using it as a way to avoid confronting my own fears and insecurities. By focusing entirely on others, I didn't have to face my inner struggles, but ignoring them only made things worse. I began reclaiming my identity by setting aside time to reflect on what truly mattered to me. I asked myself, what do I stand for? What do I want my life to look like? It wasn't easy, but the more I aligned with my values, the stronger and more confident I became. If you've lost touch with yourself, pause and reconnect. Kindness begins with being kind to yourself. When you know who you are, your kindness will have more purpose and power. 10. Burnout, the ultimate cost of overgiving. I remember one particularly busy month where I said yes to everything, helping a friend move, covering extra shifts at work, and even volunteering at an event. By the end of it, I was completely drained. I had nothing left for myself or anyone else. That's when I realized burnout isn't just physical exhaustion, it's emotional and mental depletion too. The Stoics warn us about the dangers of overextending ourselves. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." When we give too much, we not only exhaust our resources but also carry unnecessary mental burdens. I learned to recognize the signs of burnout: constant fatigue, irritability, and feeling like I was running on empty. To recover, I started practicing the Stoic principle of moderation. I made deliberate choices about where to spend my time and energy, and I gave myself permission to rest. Burnout teaches a valuable lesson. You can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritize your well-being, and you'll find that you have more to give, not less. The key is balance. When you protect yourself from burnout, your acts of kindness will come from a place of abundance, not obligation. Here are 4 strategies to avoid exploitation. 1. Self-awareness. Listen to your emotions. There was a time when I thought I could give endlessly without consequences. I'd feel drained, frustrated, or even resentful after helping someone, but I'd brush it off as normal. What I didn't realize was that these feelings were my mind and body screaming for attention, telling me something wasn't right. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When we ignore our emotions, we lose sight of what we need and allow ourselves to be overrun by others' demands. I started practicing emotional check-ins. Before agreeing to help someone, I asked myself, how do I feel about this? Am I giving because I want to, or because I feel pressured? If the thought of saying yes left me anxious or overwhelmed, I knew it was time to step back. Self-awareness doesn't mean you stop helping others. It means you help in a way that doesn't compromise your well-being. I learned to give from a place of strength, not obligation. By recognizing when I was overextending myself, I could course correct before reaching burnout. Your emotions are a guide, not a weakness. They reveal when your boundaries are being crossed or when you're neglecting your needs. Listen to them. When you honor your feelings, you protect your energy and ensure that your kindness is sustainable. 2. Say no. The power of boundaries. Saying no used to terrify me. I worried people would see me as selfish or unreliable. So, I said yes to everything, even when it stretched me thin. The result? I felt exhausted, unappreciated, and trapped in commitments I didn't want to fulfill. The Stoics remind us that true freedom lies in self-control. Epictetus said, "He who is not master of himself is forever a slave." Learning to say no is an act of mastery. It allows you to protect your time, energy, and priorities. At first, saying no felt awkward. I practiced in front of a mirror, telling myself, no isn't rejection, it's self-respect. When someone asked for more than I could give, I'd respond with empathy but firmness. I'd love to help, but I can't commit right now. It was liberating. The more I used this magic word, the more I realized its power. People began respecting my boundaries, and I felt lighter and more in control of my life. Saying no isn't about being selfish. It's about ensuring you have the capacity to say yes to what truly matters. Here's the truth. Every time you say no to something misaligned with your priorities, you say yes to yourself. Practice this skill. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Boundaries aren't walls. They're bridges to a healthier, more balanced life. 3. Prioritize personal time. Self-care isn't selfish. I used to think carving out personal time was indulgent. My calendar was packed with tasks for others, and I felt guilty about taking even a moment for myself. But eventually, I hit a breaking point. I realized I couldn't keep giving if I was running on empty. The Stoics understood the value of self-care. Seneca said, we should take wandering outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing. Time for yourself isn't just a luxury, it's a necessity. I started scheduling me time like any other appointment. Whether it was an hour for exercise, reading a good book, or simply sitting with my thoughts, I treated it as non-negotiable. When someone asked for my help during this time, I respectfully declined or offered to assist later. Protecting this space became my way of honoring my well-being. The benefits were profound. I felt more energized, focused and present, not just for myself, but for others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was an act of love that allowed me to show up better in every area of my life. If you're struggling to prioritize yourself, start small. Set aside 10 minutes a day for something that brings you joy or peace. As you build this habit, you'll find that personal time isn't a luxury. It's the foundation of your strength. 4. Identify energy vampires. Protect your energy. Have you ever spent time with someone who leaves you feeling completely drained? I used to think I had to help everyone, no matter how much it cost me emotionally. But certain people, energy vampires, took more than I could give and left me feeling empty. The Stoics advise us to choose our relationships wisely. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." Not everyone deserves your time or energy, especially those who take without giving back. I began to identify the energy vampires in my life, the ones who constantly complained, sought attention, or created drama without ever working on their problems. At first, it was hard to distance myself. I felt guilty, as if I was abandoning them. But then I realized I couldn't help them if they weren't willing to help themselves. By stepping back, I freed up emotional space for relationships that uplifted me. I surrounded myself with people who inspired, supported, and challenged me to grow. It wasn't about cutting everyone off. It was about setting boundaries with those who drained me. If someone in your life consistently takes more than they give, it's time to reassess that relationship. Protecting your energy isn't selfish, it's essential. You can't light up the world if someone is constantly dimming your flame. Choose wisely, and you'll thrive. Finding the balance between kindness and self-respect is one of the most empowering journeys you can take. By learning to set boundaries, prioritize your well-being, and protect your energy, you not only safeguard yourself, but also create deeper, more meaningful relationships with those who truly value you. Remember, kindness is most impactful when it comes from a place of strength and self-awareness. If this video resonated with you or gave you a new perspective, let us know in the comments. What signs of overgiving have you noticed in your own life? Which strategy are you most excited to try? Your insights and takeaways might just inspire someone else on their journey. And if you found this content helpful, don't forget to like the video. It helps others discover these life-changing strategies. Subscribe to our channel for more wisdom that empowers you to live with clarity, purpose, and balance. Share this video with someone who might need it. They'll thank you for it. Let's build a community that supports one another in finding harmony between giving and living authentically.
12 things every 20. Something needs to learn before it's too late. Have you ever wondered what truly sets apart a life well lived from one filled with regret? As you navigate your 20s, it's easy to get caught up in the frenzy of dreams and ambitions. But what if the key to a fulfilling life lies in the wisdom you cultivate along the way? Imagine having a roadmap that guides you through the complexities of youth, helping you avoid common pitfalls and embrace timeless truths. In this guide, we delve into 12 essential lessons every 20-something should learn before it's too late. Each lesson, rooted in the enduring philosophy of Stoicism, offers practical wisdom to enrich your journey. Let these insights transform the way you live, think, and grow, leading you to a life of purpose and fulfillment. 1. Respect people with less power. True character is revealed in how we treat those with less power. It's easy to show respect to superiors or peers, but the real test lies in our interactions with those who hold no sway over our lives. The waiter serving your meal, the janitor cleaning your office, the intern making copies. These individuals deserve the same respect and kindness as anyone else. Stoicism teaches us that virtue lies in our actions and attitudes. By respecting everyone equally, we cultivate humility and empathy. This practice not only elevates others, but also enriches our own character. Remember, power dynamics are transient. Today's subordinate might be tomorrow's leader, and your treatment of them can leave a lasting impression. In the grand scheme of life, we are all interconnected, and respecting each person reinforces the dignity of our shared humanity. Let your actions reflect your values, demonstrating that respect is not a currency to be traded, but a fundamental principle to be upheld. As Seneca said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." Embrace this wisdom and let respect guide your every interaction. 2. Be hard on your opinions. In the pursuit of wisdom, it's essential to be rigorously critical of your own opinions. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-examination and intellectual integrity. Opinions, while everyone has them, must be continuously scrutinized and tested. This process involves challenging your beliefs, recognizing your biases, and being open to change. A Stoic understands that clinging to unexamined beliefs leads to ignorance and stagnation. By subjecting your views to rigorous analysis, you ensure they are well-founded and robust. This practice not only sharpens your intellect, but also fosters a deeper understanding of the world. It is through this lens that you can engage in meaningful dialogue and contribute to a more nuanced discourse. Remember, wisdom is not about being right. It's about striving for truth. As Marcus Aurelius advised, if someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide you to a life of intellectual rigor and continuous growth. 3. Prioritize mental health. Mental health is as vital as physical health, yet it often goes neglected. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner peace and resilience. To navigate life's challenges effectively, one must cultivate a sound mind. This involves recognizing the signs of mental strain and taking proactive steps to address them. Engage in practices that promote mental well-being, such as mindfulness, meditation, and maintaining a balanced lifestyle. Don't hesitate to seek professional help when needed. There is no shame in prioritizing your mental health. A Stoic understands that true strength lies in acknowledging vulnerabilities and taking steps to fortify oneself against them. By caring for your mental health, you build resilience and maintain the clarity needed to face life's adversities with grace. As Epictetus wisely noted, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Make mental health a priority, ensuring you are equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. By doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also set a positive example for others to follow. 4. Cultivate financial literacy. Understanding and managing finances is crucial for long-term stability and peace of mind. Stoicism teaches us to prepare for the future while living virtuously in the present. Financial literacy equips you with the tools to make informed decisions, avoid debt, and build a secure future. Begin by learning the basics: budgeting, saving, investing, and understanding credit. These skills not only help you navigate the complexities of the financial world, but also prevent undue stress and anxiety. A Stoic approach to finances involves moderation, discipline, and foresight. Avoid the pitfalls of consumerism and instant gratification. Instead, focus on sustainable financial practices. Seneca wisely remarked, "Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool." By mastering your finances, you gain control over your life, allowing you to pursue your goals without being hindered by financial woes. Cultivate financial literacy as a lifelong habit, ensuring that you can live freely and prudently. This knowledge not only secures your future, but also empowers you to make positive contributions to your community and those around you. 5. Exercise. Physical exercise is indispensable for a balanced life. Stoicism advocates for the care of both mind and body, recognizing their interdependence. Regular physical activity strengthens the body, sharpens the mind, and lifts the spirit. Whether it's jogging, yoga, weightlifting, or a team sport, find a form of exercise that you enjoy and make it a part of your routine. Exercise not only enhances physical health, but also improves mental clarity and emotional stability. It acts as a natural antidote to stress, anxiety, and depression. A Stoic understands the importance of discipline and perseverance, and regular exercise embodies these virtues. By committing to a fitness regimen, you develop resilience and fortitude that transcend physical benefits. As Marcus Aurelius advised, you must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible. Let exercise be a foundational action in your life, contributing to your overall well-being and enabling you to face life's challenges with vigor and grace. 6. You don't have to have a dream. In a world obsessed with grand ambitions, it's liberating to realize that you don't need a lifelong dream to find purpose. Stoicism teaches us to focus on the present and find fulfillment in our daily actions. Instead of chasing a singular, elusive dream, commit to short-term goals with passion and dedication. This approach, known as being micro-ambitious, allows you to derive satisfaction from the process rather than the outcome. Life is unpredictable, and rigid, long-term plans can obscure opportunities that arise unexpectedly. By concentrating on what's in front of you, you remain open to diverse paths and experiences. Embrace each task with pride and diligence, and knowing that meaningful achievements often come from sustained effort in the present. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Let go of the pressure to have a grand dream and instead cultivate a life rich in purpose through mindful and deliberate actions. This way, you ensure that each moment is valuable, leading to a fulfilling and adaptable life journey. 7. Define yourself by what you love. Defining yourself by what you love rather than what you oppose fosters a more positive and fulfilling life. Stoicism encourages us to focus on virtues and values that uplift us, instead of identifying yourself through negations, what you don't like or what you stand against. Celebrate the things and people that bring you joy. Be vocal and demonstrative about your passions. Whether it's music, art, literature, or a cause you believe in, let these positive forces shape your identity. This mindset shift not only enriches your own life, but also spreads positivity to those around you. It's easy to fall into the trap of negativity and criticism, but a Stoic finds strength in love and admiration. Marcus Aurelius suggested, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on what you love, you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and contentment. Embrace this principle and let your passions guide you toward a life filled with meaning and joy, creating a ripple effect of positivity in your community. Listen, be a teacher. Teaching is one of the most noble and impactful roles one can undertake. Stoicism emphasizes the value of sharing wisdom and knowledge. Whether formally or informally, be a teacher whenever possible. You don't have to make it a lifelong career. Even a short stint can be profoundly rewarding. Share your ideas and experiences generously, helping others grow and learn. This practice not only benefits your students, but also deepens your own understanding. By teaching, you solidify your knowledge and gain new perspectives. Moreover, it cultivates patience, empathy, and communication skills. As Seneca said, "While we teach, we learn." Embrace opportunities to educate and inspire others, whether through formal teaching, mentoring, or simply sharing insights with friends and colleagues. This commitment to spreading knowledge enriches both you and those you teach, creating a legacy of wisdom and compassion. Let the Stoic principle of virtuous action guide you in being an exemplary teacher, contributing to the intellectual and moral growth of your community. 9. Embrace failure. Failure is an inevitable part of life and a powerful teacher. Stoicism teaches us to view failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity for growth. Embrace your failures with grace, understanding that they provide invaluable lessons and insights. Each failure is a step toward improvement and resilience. By accepting and analyzing your mistakes, you build the strength to overcome future challenges. This mindset shift transforms failures from sources of shame into catalysts for personal development. Remember, even the greatest achievements often follow numerous failures. As Marcus Aurelius reflected, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Let your failures be the way forward, guiding you toward greater wisdom and capability. Cultivate a Stoic attitude toward setbacks, seeing them as essential components of your journey. This approach not only enhances your resilience, but also inspires others to persevere. Embrace failure as a natural and beneficial part of life, leading you to continuous growth and success. 10. Remember, it's all luck. Acknowledging the role of luck in our lives fosters humility and compassion. Stoicism reminds us that many factors influencing our successes and failures are beyond our control. Recognizing this helps us remain humble in our achievements and empathetic towards others. We're all subject to the whims of fate, and understanding this can dissolve arrogance and judgment. It's important to strive and work hard, but equally crucial to acknowledge the serendipity that accompanies our efforts. This perspective encourages us to support and uplift others, knowing that their struggles might be due to circumstances they cannot change. As Seneca wisely observed, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Embrace this Stoic wisdom by preparing diligently and accepting the role of fortune. This balanced view nurtures gratitude for our blessings and motivates us to share our good fortune with others, creating a more just and compassionate world. By remembering the element of luck, we cultivate a life of humility, empathy, and generosity. 11. Don't rush. Life is not a race, it's a journey to be savored and explored. Stoicism teaches us to live in the present moment, appreciating the process rather than fixating on the outcome. Don't succumb to the pressure of having everything figured out immediately. Life will unfold in its own time, bringing a mix of joys and challenges. Embrace each phase with patience and curiosity. Rushing through life not only causes unnecessary stress, but also makes you miss the beauty of the present. As Epictetus advised, no great thing is created suddenly. Take time to reflect, learn, and grow at your own pace. Understand that it's okay to not have all the answers right now. Focus on making the most of each moment and let your path reveal itself gradually. By slowing down, you allow yourself to experience life more fully and meaningfully. This Stoic approach encourages a balanced and fulfilling life, where each step is valued and each experience is a lesson. Embrace the journey and let go of the need to rush. 12. Don't seek happiness, as happiness is an elusive goal that often slips away when pursued directly. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from living virtuously and fulfilling our duties. Instead of seeking happiness, focus on leading a meaningful life. Engage in activities that align with your values, contribute to the well-being of others, and develop your character. Happiness, when it comes, will be a byproduct of a life well lived. Avoid the trap of constantly chasing pleasure or avoiding pain. These are fleeting and unreliable sources of joy. Instead, cultivate inner peace through self-discipline, wisdom, and compassion. As Seneca noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Shift your focus from seeking happiness to creating value and living with integrity. By doing so, you will find a deeper and more enduring sense of fulfillment. Let Stoic principles guide you, leading to a life of purpose where happiness naturally follows as a consequence of virtuous living. Your 20s are a time of exploration and growth, and these 12 lessons are your compass for navigating this transformative decade. Embrace each insight with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch how they shape your journey towards a more fulfilling life. If these lessons resonate with you, don't keep them to yourself. Like this video, share it with your friends, and join our community by subscribing to our channel. Together we can continue to uncover wisdom and grow stronger every day. Your journey to a wiser, more purposeful life starts here. Don't miss out on the next steps. Hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for more enlightening content. Have you ever wondered why some of the wisest and most resilient individuals in history seem to hold a certain enigmatic aura? What secrets did the Stoics, those ancient sages, guard so closely that allowed them to live with such profound tranquility and strength? In a world where oversharing has become the norm, the wisdom of Stoicism offers a refreshing counterpoint, teaching us that sometimes the most powerful path to inner peace and personal growth lies in what we choose to keep private. Welcome to this exploration of 15 subjects the Stoics believed should be held close to the chest. These timeless principles not only protect our inner world from external judgment, but also cultivate a deeper, more resilient self. As we journey through these teachings, you'll discover how guarding certain aspects of your life can lead to greater wisdom, serenity, and authenticity. Stay with us until the end to uncover how these ancient insights can transform your modern life, guiding you to a path of true fulfillment and inner strength. Number 1, personal relationships. In the realm of personal relationships, discretion is a virtue that the Stoics cherish deeply. Sharing intimate details about our relationships can lead to misunderstandings and judgments from others, which in turn can weaken the bonds we hold dear and cause unnecessary conflicts. The Stoics understood that relationships are sacred spaces where trust and mutual respect flourish. By broadcasting our personal affairs, we invite external opinions that may not always be rooted in understanding or empathy. Consider a tender plant growing in a secluded garden. It thrives in privacy, shielded from harsh weather and prying eyes. Similarly, personal relationships blossom when nurtured away from the public gaze. The Stoics believed that true growth in relationships comes from within, from the silent and steady nurturing of love and respect. External validation or commentary can often distort our perception, making us question the very foundation of our bonds. In a world where sharing every aspect of our lives has become the norm, the Stoic approach urges us to take a step back, reflect on the sanctity of your relationships. Protect them as you would protect your most cherished possession. Silence in this context is not secrecy, but a shield that guards the purity of your bonds. It is an act of wisdom to choose discretion over disclosure, to cherish the moments of connection without the interference of the outside world. By keeping our personal relationships private, we preserve their integrity and strength. We allow them to flourish naturally, without the pressure of external judgments. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that the most profound connections are often those that are nurtured in silence, away from the public eye. In this way, we honor the depth and significance of our relationships, ensuring they remain resilient and enduring. Number 2, unlearned lessons. Mistakes are universal. We all encounter failures along our journey. However, how we respond to these failures truly defines our character. The Stoics saw these moments not as reasons for despair, but as opportunities for revelation and growth. In our contemporary society, there is often pressure to project an image of perfection, showcasing our triumphs while hiding our defeats. Yet the Stoic approach teaches us a different way, to embrace our mistakes as maps for self-development. By choosing to keep unlearned lessons private, the Stoics were not evading their responsibilities or hiding from their failures. Instead, they were engaging in a deep and intimate process of reflection. Each failure was not seen as an end, but as a beginning, a new chapter in the ongoing quest for virtue and wisdom. Like an artist who turns a mistake into a crucial part of their work, the Stoics turned their failures into foundations for growth. In a world where oversharing and overexposure are common, the Stoic stance reminds us of the value of introspection and the dignity of silence. By not publicly sharing every misstep, we allow ourselves the space to understand and internalize the lessons. This private reflection fosters a more profound personal growth as we learn to navigate our lives with greater wisdom and resilience. Embracing this Stoic principle means recognizing the power of silent self-improvement. It is an acknowledgement that true strength lies not in the absence of failure, but in our ability to learn and grow from it. By keeping our unlearned lessons private, we protect the sacred process of personal transformation, allowing ourselves to emerge wiser and more virtuous. Number 3, good deeds. True kindness, according to the Stoics, should be like a gentle candle that silently illuminates a dark room. It warms and lights up everything around it without seeking recognition or applause. In a world driven by self-promotion and public validation, the Stoic perspective on good deeds is a refreshing reminder of genuine altruism. The Stoics believed that the essence of kindness lies in its quiet and subtle nature. Acts of compassion and generosity should stem from a sincere desire to do good, not from a need for external validation. By broadcasting our good deeds, we risk turning them into spectacles, seeking the fleeting warmth of applause rather than the enduring glow of true benevolence. Keeping our good deeds cloaked in anonymity provides us with a sacred moment of reflection and pause. It allows us to question whether our actions were motivated by genuine compassion or a desire for praise. This introspective analysis becomes a catalyst for personal improvement, guiding us towards more authentic and selfless acts of kindness. The Stoic wisdom envelops us with its essence, reminding us that often the greatest acts of kindness are those offered without expecting anything in return. By keeping our good deeds private, we cultivate a deeper connection with our values and principles. We learn to act out of pure intent, fostering a sense of inner tranquility and fulfillment. In embracing this Stoic principle, we recognize that true kindness does not seek the spotlight. It manifests in quiet, authentic gestures that enrich our lives and the lives of others. This timeless wisdom encourages us to be guardians of our own integrity, performing acts of compassion with humility and grace. Number 4, deepest dreams. Imagine holding a rare and delicate seed in the palm of your hand, representing your most intimate dreams and aspirations. How would you protect it from the harsh winds and storms that could prevent it from sprouting? The Stoics, with their profound wisdom, saw our goals and dreams as these precious seeds, destined to be planted in the fertile depths of our souls, far from the storms of others' opinions and criticisms. Exposing our dreams to the world too early can be detrimental. The cold of skepticism or the heat of ridicule can extinguish the flame of a dream prematurely. The Stoics celebrated self-sufficiency as an invaluable gem. True wisdom and accomplishment are not chalices to be displayed, but internal wells from which one can always draw strength and purpose. Choosing silence about our grand goals is not an act of shyness, but a deliberate choice to walk with humility, avoiding the pride that sometimes blinds us. The Stoic legacy speaks to the heart, teaching us that there's no need to shout our dreams from mountaintops. Instead, we should protect them, cultivate them, and watch them flourish in their silent and majestic glory. This safeguard is an invitation to rediscover the strength that resides within us. It reminds us that at times, the most precious treasures are those we keep just for ourselves. By keeping our deepest dreams private, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from external interference. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to nurture our aspirations in a safe environment, ensuring their growth and fulfillment. Number 5, next steps. Picture a chess master moving their pieces silently while their opponents attempt to decipher their next moves. This is the path of the Stoics. They understood that by revealing every move in their lives, they could be subject to the whimsical winds of external judgment, often laden with criticism, envy, and even malicious intentions. At the heart of Stoic philosophy lies the virtue of self-sufficiency. Why depend on the fleeting applause of an audience when true strength resides in the inner theater of the mind? By keeping their life strategies to themselves, the Stoics were not simply concealing their plans, but strengthening their inner core of confidence, independent of the tides of opinion that flow around them. This leads us to humility, a subtle yet profound quality that the Stoics fervently upheld. Revealing grand strategies could easily be interpreted as a cry of arrogance, a triumphant announcement of superiority. By choosing discretion, they struck a balance between ambition and humility, ensuring that their steps were steady but not presumptuous. The Stoic tradition presents us with a rich perspective on the value of secrecy. It teaches us that protecting our goals is more than just a strategy. It is a way to fortify our being, to honor our self-sufficiency, and to walk with humility in a world where external validation seems to be the currency. The Stoics invite us to look inward, find our internal compass, and tread our own path with confidence and wisdom. Number 6, criticizing others. Criticizing others is like throwing stones into a calm lake, creating ripples that disturb the serenity of the water. The Stoics understood that engaging in judgments and criticisms was a diversion from their own internal mirror, wasting precious energy on matters beyond their sphere of influence. Instead of pointing fingers, the Stoics chose to extend a hand, guiding themselves with empathy and compassion. They recognized that every person is a universe filled with internal and external battles, joys and sorrows, victories and defeats. Criticizing another person would be a failure to acknowledge the richness and complexity of the human condition. The Stoics realized that criticism, instead of building bridges, often erected walls, leading to discord and separation rather than peace and harmony. Stoic wisdom sends us a clear and timeless message. We must be guardians of our words and thoughts. Instead of focusing on the faults of others, let's turn our gaze to our own reflection, seeking growth and virtue within ourselves. In a world where criticism is easily launched, Stoic teachings inspire us to embrace understanding, acceptance, and kindness. By choosing to refrain from criticizing others, we foster a culture of empathy and respect. We cast stones of empathy into the lake of humanity, appreciating the waves of positivity they generate. This approach not only enhances our own tranquility, but also contributes to a more harmonious and compassionate world. Number 7, the doubts and uncertainties. Picture yourself in a vast forest where each tree represents a doubt and each shadow an uncertainty. Instead of shouting your hesitation to the world, you choose silent introspection, seeking answers within your own soul. This is the path of the Stoics. At the core of Stoic philosophy is the recognition that confidence isn't a flag to be waved in front of the world, but an inner beacon that guides our way. Constantly revealing our doubts to the world is like exposing a lighthouse to a torrential rain. It can silently extinguish the light of our inner strength. The Stoics believed that true confidence is found in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By bearing all uncertainties, we can strip the soul of its dignity and solidity, making us vulnerable to the shifting opinions and judgments of others. Therefore, always choose when and with whom you will share your vulnerabilities. While many seek answers in the clamor of the external world, the Stoics understood the importance of silence and introspection. They believed that often the answers to the deepest questions resonate in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By harboring certain uncertainties, we cultivate deeper reflection and a more intimate connection with our essence. In summary, Stoic wisdom whispers precious advice amidst the storms of doubt. There's no need to shout your uncertainties to the world. By embracing silence, modesty, and introspection, we find a safe route through the forest of uncertainties, guided by the internal beacon of our confidence and understanding. Number 8, health issues. Health is a deeply personal and often delicate matter. Sharing health problems can sometimes draw unwanted sympathy or concern, which may not always be beneficial. The Stoics, ever wise in their approach to life, understood the importance of managing health issues privately, allowing for a more focused and resilient approach to overcoming challenges. In the Stoic view, health is a part of the natural ebb and flow of life, subject to the same principles of acceptance and equanimity that apply to all other aspects of existence. By keeping health matters private, we avoid the pitfalls of public pity or misguided advice, which can distract from the true task at hand, maintaining a balanced and composed mind while addressing physical ailments. Consider the metaphor of a tree weathering a storm. It bends and sways, but remains rooted and resilient. Similarly, managing health issues privately allows us to maintain our inner strength and focus. It fosters a sense of self-reliance and determination, qualities that are crucial in navigating the trials of illness. Furthermore, the Stoics believed that true resilience is built in the quiet, steadfast handling of adversity. By not sharing every detail of our health struggles, we preserve our energy and direct it towards healing and self-improvement. This approach cultivates a mindset of inner fortitude and tranquility, enabling us to face health challenges with grace and dignity. In embracing this Stoic principle, we learn to view health issues as opportunities for personal growth and reflection. We develop a deeper understanding of our bodies and minds, fostering a harmonious balance that supports overall well-being. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that true strength lies in our ability to face life's challenges with quiet resilience and unwavering composure. Number 9, financial status. Discussing one's financial situation, whether it is wealth or lack thereof, can incite envy or pity, neither of which are conducive to personal tranquility. The Stoics, who valued inner peace above all else, understood that financial matters should be managed quietly and with discretion to maintain a balanced and content life. In the Stoic perspective, true wealth is not measured by the accumulation of material possessions, but by the richness of one's character and the tranquility of one's soul. Broadcasting our financial status can lead to unnecessary comparisons and judgments, which distract us from cultivating inner virtue and contentment. It can also create unrealistic expectations or pressures, both from ourselves and from others. By keeping financial matters private, we avoid the traps of envy and pride. We focus instead on what truly matters, living a life of purpose and integrity. Financial ups and downs are a natural part of life's journey, and the Stoics teach us to approach them with equanimity without attaching our self-worth to external measures of success or failure. Consider the metaphor of a calm lake. Its surface may be ruffled by the wind, but its depths remain serene and undisturbed. Similarly, by maintaining discretion about our financial status, we cultivate an inner calm that is resilient to the changing tides of fortune. We learn to find satisfaction in simplicity and to appreciate the deeper, non-material aspects of life. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to focus on what we can control: our attitudes, our actions, and our inner state. By managing our financial status privately, we uphold the values of humility, prudence, and contentment, ensuring that our lives are guided by principles rather than possessions. Number 10, achievements. Displaying external triumphs can nurture ego and pride, diverting focus from true inner growth. The Stoics believed that true fulfillment was not found in public accolades, but in the quiet pursuit of wisdom and virtue. Every achievement, according to Stoic philosophy, should be an internal milestone, celebrated within rather than flaunted without. Imagine diving into the depths of your own soul. For the Stoics, the pursuit of wisdom and virtue resembled this profound journey. They believed that true fulfillment wasn't in displaying external triumphs, but in introspection and continuous evolution. Every challenge, every struggle was fought not in public arenas, but in the silent landscapes of the spirit. Discussing victories publicly can foster ego and vanity, which can become barriers to true virtue. The Stoics taught that obsession with external recognition ties us to chains of pride, trapping us in the empty pursuit of fleeting applause. This path is filled with disappointment, as external accolades are temporary and often beyond our control. However, the Stoics offered a precious teaching. True achievement isn't the one that stops to be admired, but the one that silently transforms the community, nurturing noble values like justice, compassion, and wisdom. Wealth for these ancient sages wasn't accumulated in vaults, but in the depths of a balanced and serene soul. Instead of celebrating triumphs or withering in defeat, the Stoics embraced a quiet acceptance of all the whims of life. They invited us to recognize that the dance of existence is orchestrated by melodies often beyond our control. In this remarkable silence, we find a deliberate choice, a commitment to genuine greatness. By keeping our achievements private, we focus on living with integrity and dedicating ourselves to the collective good. The legacy of the Stoics teaches us that humility, sincerity, and the ceaseless pursuit of wisdom are the true pillars of a life worth living. Number 11, resentment. Have you ever felt trapped in a web of emotions, where each thread is a bitter memory, a grudge that refuses to fade? The timeless wisdom of Stoicism invites us to reflect deeply on the invisible weight of resentment. To these ancient philosophers, harboring resentment was like an anchor, preventing the spirit from sailing freely through the seas of life. The Stoics believed that resentment is an invisible chain that binds us, limiting our freedom and inner peace. It is fascinating to realize that often resentment springs from misunderstanding and can imprison us in a cycle of bitterness. The Stoics encouraged us to seek the origins of others' actions, to understand before we judge. Forgiveness, then, is not just an altruistic gesture, but an act of profound wisdom that unravels the mysteries of the human soul and frees us from the chains of negativity. Anger and resentment are sentient poisons, flames that, when fed, consume our tranquility and well-being. On the other hand, by choosing the path of forgiveness and understanding, we find an oasis of serenity and peace. Guided by Stoic wisdom, we are reminded of a universal truth. Forgiveness is the key to our own freedom. It is a beacon that guides us through emotional storms and offers us refuge in the harbor of serenity. By embracing this lesson, we discover that at times the greatest strength lies in letting go, in freeing ourselves from the chains of the past and sailing toward a horizon of understanding and peace. Number 12, moments of solitude. While many seek to fill every second with stimuli and interactions, the Stoics found strength in quietude. They didn't view solitude as a void to be filled, but as a sanctuary where the mind could dance freely, unshackled by the opinions of others. Contrary to what many may think, the Stoics did not shun solitude. They embraced it as a time for deep reflection and connection with their inner universe. In their moments of retreat, the Stoics did not feel isolated, but connected to a rich inner world filled with insights. It was in this stillness that the deepest thoughts arose, unpolluted by external noise. In the current landscape, where validation through social media has become a priority for many, Stoic philosophy invites us to reevaluate these priorities. By moving away from the constant need for exposure, we find a space where our soul can breathe. It is in this deep silence that we discover the melody of our essence, a sound that doesn't need to be shared but only felt in its purity and truth. Moments of solitude become precious opportunities to listen to our inner voice, to understand our deepest desires and fears, and to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose. Embracing solitude as a sacred space for reflection and growth allows us to strengthen our inner resilience. We learn to appreciate the value of silence and the wisdom it brings. This Stoic approach encourages us to find strength in our own company, to be comfortable with ourselves, and to draw upon the profound insights that solitude can offer. Number 13, challenges not overcome. Listen, in the Stoic path to wisdom and virtue, every step is filled with meaning. The deviations and stumbling blocks are not mere obstacles. They carve the soul, shape character, and teach about the true nature of grandeur. For the Stoics, it wasn't the visible triumph that counted, but the internal battles, often invisible, that determined a person's inner strength. However, the Stoics advised against speaking about challenges not overcome. The answer lies in their astute perception of human nature. They believed that ego and pride could cloud our vision, making us blind to true virtue. The relentless pursuit of external recognition and praise could indeed be a veil that hides our true potential. The Stoics didn't value achievements that could be easily displayed as trophies. They sought true glory in acts that elevated humanity, acts rooted in values like justice, generosity, and wisdom. Real wealth for them wasn't in the shine of gold, but in the radiance of a morally upright character and a tranquil soul. The philosophy of loving fate, or amor fati, was fundamental to this understanding. The Stoics didn't despair in the face of adversity. Instead, they balanced the taste of victory and defeat with equanimity, aware that the tapestry of life is woven with threads of circumstances often beyond our control. By keeping our struggles private, we allow ourselves the space to process and grow from them without the pressure of external judgment. Number 14, deepest plans. The understanding that there's no need to shout your plans to the world is a powerful weapon. The Stoics understood something that many of us forget. Discretion is not a weakness, but a strength. For them, every plan or goal was like a delicate seed that needed to be nurtured with care and protection. By avoiding the premature exposure of these plans, they ensured that they had the ideal environment to grow and flourish, away from the storms of doubt, envy, or public scrutiny. Today, in an age of overexposure where every move is documented and shared, Stoic philosophy invites us to rethink how we handle our ambitions. It shows us that true power often resides in what is kept secret, not because we are evasive, but because we recognize the importance of nurturing our dreams in a safe environment. Silence for the Stoics was not empty. It was full of potential, possibilities, and hope. It was the fertile ground where their dreams could grow undisturbed. Amidst the chaos of our modern era, we can find inspiration in these ancient sages. By protecting our deepest plans, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from interference. This Stoic wisdom teaches us that true magic lies not in what we declare to the world, but in what we quietly achieve in the recesses of our determination. It is an invitation to cultivate patience and resilience, to trust in the natural unfolding of our ambitions, and to find strength in the silence that protects our most cherished dreams. Number 15, personal beliefs and values. While it is important to have strong personal beliefs and values, constantly discussing them can lead to conflicts and alienation. The Stoics believed that living by example is more powerful than proclaiming one's beliefs loudly. Our personal values are like a compass that guides our actions and decisions, shaping our character and the way we interact with the world. When we share our beliefs too openly, we risk turning them into subjects of debate and contention, rather than sources of personal strength and guidance. The Stoics taught that true conviction does not need external validation. It stands firm in the quiet confidence of one's own heart and mind. By living our values rather than broadcasting them, we demonstrate the principles we hold dear through our actions and behavior. This approach fosters a sense of inner peace and stability, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with clarity and purpose. It also encourages respect and understanding in our interactions with others, as we refrain from imposing our beliefs on those around us. Instead, we create an environment where diverse perspectives can coexist harmoniously, enriching our collective experience. In a world where beliefs and values are often shouted from every platform, the Stoic wisdom of quiet conviction serves as a powerful reminder. By keeping our personal beliefs private, we honor the sacredness of our inner compass, allowing it to guide us with unwavering strength and integrity. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on living our values authentically, inspiring others through our example rather than our words. As we've journeyed through the wisdom of the Stoics, it becomes clear that guarding certain aspects of our lives isn't about secrecy. It's about nurturing our deepest values and aspirations in a sanctuary free from external noise. By keeping these 15 subjects private, we cultivate a space where our inner strength can grow undisturbed, leading to a life of greater wisdom, tranquility, and resilience. Imagine a life where your achievements, dreams, and challenges are protected and cherished, allowing you to evolve into the best version of yourself. This is the timeless gift that Stoic philosophy offers, a path to profound personal growth and unshakable inner peace. If you found value in these insights and are inspired to apply them to your own life, I invite you to like this video and subscribe to our channel. By joining our community, you'll continue to receive powerful wisdom and practical guidance to navigate life's complexities with grace and strength. Share your thoughts in the comments below and let us know which of these Stoic principles resonated most with you. Together, let's cultivate a life of deeper meaning and enduring fulfillment. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more enlightening content from our channel. Remember, true wisdom often lies in the quiet places we protect within ourselves.
10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this. You've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team? Shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted. This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, This marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, "What aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve?" Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, "Are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills?" This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve? This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives. Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, as is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.
Have you ever felt that the harder you chase your dreams, the further they seem to slip away? I've been there too. After years of trying to control every outcome, I began to wonder if there was an easier, more fulfilling way to achieve my goals. This led me to the art of effortless manifestation, inspired by ancient Stoic wisdom and modern principles of alignment and energy. The Stoics believed that letting go of attachment and trusting life's natural flow opens us to unexpected blessings. I realized that manifestation isn't about forcing our desires, but aligning with them and creating space for them to unfold naturally. In this guide, I'll share the transformative practices of setting intentions, choosing joy, and taking inspired action, all ways to attract what we want without struggle. If you're ready to stop chasing and start attracting, let's dive into the art of effortless manifestation and discover how what's meant for us will find us naturally. 1. Understand your desires deeply. When I think about my desires, I often ask myself where they come from. Are they truly mine, or are they influenced by what I've seen, read, or been told by others? In the past, I've wanted things that in hindsight weren't aligned with who I am. I wanted a particular job or lifestyle because it looked appealing from the outside, or I thought it would give me status or approval. But the pursuit of those desires often left me feeling empty because they didn't resonate with my true values or bring me lasting happiness. I've learned that understanding my desires deeply means taking the time to reflect on what truly matters to me, not just in a fleeting way, but on a deeper, more meaningful level. Instead of jumping on every opportunity that looks enticing, I now try to sit with my desires. I ask myself questions like, why do I want this? And what will this bring to my life? If I'm honest, sometimes I realize that certain desires come from a place of insecurity or comparison. For example, I may want something because I've seen someone else achieve it, and I feel a subtle urge to prove myself. But the most fulfilling desires, I've found, are those that arise from within, the ones that resonate with my core values, goals, and who I want to become. For instance, I desire meaningful relationships, personal growth, and a life filled with purpose. These desires aren't based on society's standards. They come from a place of inner alignment. They don't fade or feel hollow once achieved because they're rooted in what truly brings me joy and fulfillment. This process of understanding my desires has also helped me to let go of things that aren't aligned with me. When I dig deep, I recognize that some desires are mere distractions, things that seem exciting but aren't aligned with my life's purpose. For instance, I used to think I wanted to live a fast-paced, high-profile lifestyle, but now I see that what I really want is peace, connection, and the freedom to create. A big part of this journey is practicing discernment and staying true to myself, even when others may not understand. Sometimes it's challenging to say no to desires that don't serve me, especially when they're encouraged by people around me. But I remind myself that authenticity is key. By choosing desires that align with my values, I create a life that feels authentic and deeply fulfilling. Ultimately, understanding my desires is about self-awareness and listening to my inner voice. It's about knowing myself well enough to recognize what will bring me joy and growth, rather than chasing after every shiny object that catches my eye. This approach has brought a sense of calm and clarity to my life. I feel more grounded and confident in the path I'm on because I'm pursuing what genuinely matters to me. In a world full of distractions and external pressures, I've found that grounding myself in my true desires is a powerful way to create a life of purpose and satisfaction. 2. Cultivate inner peace and trust the divine flow. There was a time in my life when I thought I had to control everything to make my dreams come true. I held tightly to every outcome, planned every step meticulously, and worried constantly about things going according to my expectations. But over time, I realized that this approach drained me emotionally and physically. It created so much unnecessary stress, and ironically, it didn't even help me achieve what I wanted. Instead, it made me feel trapped in a cycle of anxiety and burnout. Learning to cultivate inner peace and trust the flow of life has been a transformative experience for me. At first, it was difficult to let go of my need for control. I was afraid that if I relaxed, things would fall apart. But as I started practicing acceptance, I noticed a shift. Instead of forcing things to happen, I began to allow life to unfold naturally. I'd put in my best effort, but then I'd step back and let go of any attachment to the outcome. It was like lifting a huge weight off my shoulders. Trusting the divine flow doesn't mean I've stopped setting goals or working hard. It means I've stopped obsessing over every detail and outcome. I realized that my job is to take inspired action while the universe handles the rest. There's a certain magic in surrendering. It opens me up to possibilities I might not have considered and creates space for unexpected opportunities to come my way. It's like being in sync with a current rather than trying to swim against it. One practice that's helped me stay aligned with this mindset is mindfulness. When I feel myself getting anxious or overly focused on an outcome, I pause, breathe, and bring my attention back to the present moment. I remind myself that I can't control everything and that things often happen in their own time. Sometimes, letting go feels like a leap of faith, but I've found that life often has a way of surprising me in the best ways when I trust it. This approach has also taught me to be more resilient. When things don't go my way, instead of getting frustrated, I try to view it as a redirection. I believe that everything happens for a reason, and that even challenges or delays are guiding me towards something better. By trusting the process, I'm able to maintain my peace of mind, no matter the outcome. Today, I focus more on aligning my actions with my values and less on controlling every result. I've come to understand that peace comes from within, and it's something I can cultivate regardless of what's happening around me. This doesn't mean I don't still face challenges or uncertainties, but I'm able to navigate them with a sense of calm and trust that I never had before. When I release my grip on how things should happen, I'm free to experience life's flow in a more harmonious, joyful way. Trusting the divine flow has given me the peace I was searching for all along. 3. Practice gratitude for the present. Gratitude has become one of the most grounding and uplifting practices in my life. There was a time when I focused too much on what I didn't have, constantly comparing myself to others or feeling dissatisfied with my progress. I used to think that I'd only be happy once I reached a certain goal, had a specific job, or lived a certain lifestyle. But the more I chased after these things, the more they seemed out of reach, and the more frustrated I felt. Then I started practicing gratitude. It sounds simple, but it's one of the most powerful shifts I've made. I began by taking a few minutes every day to list 3 things I was grateful for, no matter how small. At first, it felt like just another task, but over time, it transformed my outlook on life. I started to notice the little things that made my days brighter. A friendly conversation, a warm cup of coffee, a beautiful sunset. These small moments were always there, but I had been too focused on what I lacked to see them. Practicing gratitude taught me to focus on the abundance in my life rather than what I thought was missing. It shifted my perspective from a mindset of scarcity to one of appreciation. Suddenly I felt more content, not because my life circumstances had drastically changed, but because I had changed the way I looked at them. The more grateful I felt, the more positive experiences I attracted. It's as if gratitude opened a door to more abundance and joy. Gratitude also helped me become more resilient. When I face challenges, I remind myself of the things I'm grateful for, and it gives me strength. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by what's going wrong, I ground myself in what's going right. This practice has brought a sense of peace and fulfillment into my life that I never found through achievements alone. I've realized that gratitude is a powerful tool for manifesting my desires. By appreciating what I already have, I create a positive, high vibrational energy that attracts more of the things I want. It's like telling the universe, I'm ready for more of this goodness. And often, that's exactly what happens. Gratitude isn't about denying my ambitions or giving up on my goals. It's about enjoying the journey, celebrating my progress, and recognizing that I already have so much to be thankful for. When I focus on the present moment with gratitude, I feel truly abundant, and that abundance becomes a magnet for even more blessings in my life. Gratitude has shown me that happiness isn't in some far-off destination. It's here, right now, in the life I'm living. 4. Embrace challenges as opportunities. For a long time, I dreaded challenges. When something went wrong, I'd feel frustrated, defeated, and sometimes even angry. I saw obstacles as roadblocks, things that were holding me back from what I wanted. But over time, I realized that challenges aren't there to stop me. They're there to teach me, to push me forward, and to make me stronger. The Stoic mindset of seeing obstacles as opportunities has helped me transform my approach to difficulties. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, I try to view them as stepping stones. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This idea changed everything for me. It made me realize that every obstacle, every challenge, is actually an opportunity in disguise. When I face a challenge now, I ask myself, what can I learn from this? Instead of feeling like a victim of my circumstances, I try to take an empowered approach. Maybe the setback is teaching me patience, resilience, or problem-solving skills. Maybe it's helping me grow in ways I wouldn't have otherwise. This perspective shift has turned many of my toughest moments into valuable life lessons. Embracing challenges has also helped me to trust the process. Sometimes things don't go as planned, and that can be incredibly frustrating. But I've learned that these detours are often guiding me towards something better. Looking back, some of the biggest challenges I faced led me to the most meaningful experiences or opportunities. They helped me become a stronger, wiser version of myself. Now, when I encounter obstacles, I try to welcome them with curiosity instead of resistance. I remind myself that challenges are a natural part of life, and that they often contain the seeds of growth. This doesn't mean I don't still feel frustrated or discouraged at times, but I'm quicker to bounce back because I know that each challenge has something valuable to offer. Embracing challenges as opportunities has given me a deeper sense of resilience and gratitude for the journey. 5. Set clear intentions and focus on feeling fulfilled. Now, setting clear intentions has been a game changer in my life. In the past, I had vague ideas of what I wanted: happiness, success, fulfillment, but I didn't take the time to define what those things truly meant to me. Without clarity, I often felt directionless, unsure of what I was working toward or how to get there. I'd set goals, but they felt distant and abstract, which made it hard to stay motivated. Then, I began to work on setting specific intentions. Instead of aiming for broad goals like success or happiness, I started defining what those meant on a personal level. I asked myself questions like, what does a successful day look like? Or, what does happiness feel like for me? These questions helped me to set clear intentions that are deeply aligned with my values and aspirations. Once I have a clear intention, I focus on embodying the feeling of fulfillment now, rather than waiting until I reach a particular milestone. For instance, if I want to feel accomplished, I don't have to wait for some big achievement. I find ways to feel that sense of accomplishment each day, whether it's by completing a small task or helping someone in need. By aligning with the feeling of fulfillment in the present, I find that I'm more content and grounded, regardless of external circumstances. This approach has also made my goals feel more attainable. Instead of chasing happiness in the future, I look for ways to experience it in small, everyday moments. It might be as simple as taking a walk in nature, spending time with loved ones, or reflecting on my achievements, however minor they may seem. By focusing on the feeling of fulfillment now, I don't just wait for my dreams to come true. I live as if they already have. This has created a sense of joy and gratitude in my life that I never found when I was constantly pushing for more. Living in alignment with my intentions has also attracted new opportunities into my life. I've noticed that when I'm clear about what I want and focus on feeling fulfilled, things start to flow more naturally. I don't have to force or chase after things. They come to me because I'm already aligned with them. By setting clear intentions and cultivating fulfillment in the present, I've found a way to create a life that's rich, joyful, and deeply aligned with my true self. 6. Build a vision board to strengthen intentions. Creating a vision board has been one of the most powerful and enjoyable tools in my journey toward manifesting my desires. When I first heard about vision boards, I was skeptical. Could a simple collage of images and quotes really have an impact on my life? But I decided to give it a try, and what I discovered was that a vision board is far more than just a collection of pretty pictures. It's a powerful visual reminder of my goals and dreams, something that keeps me focused and inspired every day. To make my vision board, I start by gathering images, words, and quotes that resonate with my aspirations. I choose visuals that represent my goals, whether it's for personal growth, relationships, career, or health. Each image I select has a deep meaning, something that instantly connects me to the feeling or state I want to manifest. I like to include quotes from people who inspire me, words of encouragement, and images that evoke a sense of joy and purpose. What I love most about my vision board is that it becomes a daily reminder of where I'm headed. Each time I see it, I'm reminded of what I'm working toward, and it strengthens my commitment to my goals. The board isn't just about the end results, it's a celebration of the journey. It encourages me to take consistent, inspired action every day because I can see my dreams vividly laid out in front of me. I find that this regular visualization helps me stay aligned with my intentions and keeps me motivated, even on tough days. The vision board also serves as a tool for reflection. Every few months, I revisit my board to see what I've manifested, what no longer resonates, and what new goals I want to add. It's a living, evolving representation of my journey. Some images might get replaced as my priorities shift, and new goals are added as I grow and evolve. Seeing my progress reflected on the board is incredibly fulfilling, as it reminds me of how far I've come and how capable I am of achieving my dreams. The act of creating a vision board is empowering. It's like setting a clear signal to the universe about what I want to attract, and it's a fun and creative way to connect with my dreams on a deeper level. Over time, I've noticed that many things from my board start to materialize in my life, often in ways I couldn't have planned. The vision board has become a tool, not just for visualizing my future, but for bringing it into reality through the power of intention and belief. 7. Harness imagination for creative manifestation. Harnessing my imagination has been one of the most effective ways to bring my goals to life. When I was younger, I often let my imagination run wild with possibilities, dreaming about what I could achieve. But as I got older, I became more practical and reserved, pushing my imagination to the side in favor of what seemed realistic. However, I've since come to understand that imagination isn't just for daydreams. It's a powerful tool for manifestation that allows me to create my reality from within. When I harness my imagination, I visualize myself living the life I desire. I don't just see it, I feel it. I imagine the details, the colors, the sounds, the emotions. If I'm visualizing a career goal, for example, I picture myself confidently giving a presentation or celebrating a project's success. I imagine the excitement, pride, and satisfaction that come with it. This mental rehearsal helps me feel more prepared and aligned with my goals, as if they're already within reach. One of the most surprising things I've learned is that imagination has the power to influence not just my thoughts, but also my actions. When I consistently visualize a positive outcome, I start to take steps that align with that vision, even if I'm not fully conscious of it. This mental practice boosts my confidence and makes my goals feel more attainable because I've experienced them in my mind. Imagination also helps me tap into creative solutions. When I face a challenge, I use my imagination to explore different perspectives and approaches. Instead of getting stuck on a problem, I imagine various outcomes and ask myself how I would feel if each one happened. This flexibility opens up new possibilities and often leads to insights I might not have found through logic alone. Using imagination for creative manifestation has become a regular practice. I set aside time each day to visualize my goals and let my imagination roam freely. It's like building a mental blueprint for the life I want, and it makes the journey feel exciting and filled with potential. The more I use my imagination, the more I believe in my ability to create the life I desire. I've come to understand that imagination is not just a tool for creativity. It's a bridge that connects me to my dreams, helping me manifest them with clarity and joy. 8. Practice detachment to create space for serendipity. One of the biggest shifts I've made in my life is learning to practice detachment. For a long time, I believed that the harder I held on to something, the more likely I was to achieve it. But this approach often left me feeling stressed, anxious, and frustrated when things didn't go as planned. Over time, I learned that clinging too tightly to my goals created resistance and blocked the flow of life. By practicing detachment, I've opened myself to serendipity, allowing life to surprise me in ways I never expected. Detachment doesn't mean I stop caring about my goals. It means that I stop obsessing over the how and when they will happen. I still take action, but I let go of the need to control every detail. This practice has given me a sense of freedom and peace that I didn't have before. When I detach, I'm able to enjoy the journey without constantly worrying about the outcome. What I've noticed is that detachment creates space for the unexpected. When I'm not fixated on a specific path or timeline, I'm more open to opportunities and possibilities I might have overlooked. Some of the best things in my life have come when I let go of rigid expectations. It's as if the universe steps in and presents me with blessings that I couldn't have planned for. By detaching, I invite serendipity into my life, allowing things to unfold in ways that often exceed my expectations. Practicing detachment has also taught me resilience. When things don't go as planned, I no longer feel defeated. I remind myself that every experience is part of a larger journey, and that sometimes delays or detours are simply redirections towards something better. This mindset shift has helped me face challenges with a sense of calm and curiosity, knowing that life often has a greater plan than I can see. Detachment has brought more joy into my life as well. By letting go of the need to control, I'm able to fully engage with the present moment. I can savor my experiences without constantly worrying about the future. This approach has made my journey toward my goals feel lighter, more fulfilling, and filled with delightful surprises. Practicing detachment has been a powerful way to embrace life's flow and create space for the magic of serendipity to enter. 9. Take inspired action. Taking inspired action has been one of the most impactful lessons I've learned on my journey to manifesting my desires. For so long, I believed that the only way to achieve my goals was to push myself relentlessly, working hard every day with sheer determination. While hard work is essential, I came to realize that forcing myself to take action when it didn't feel right often led to burnout and frustration. Inspired action, however, is different. It's about moving forward when I feel motivated, guided, and aligned with my goals, rather than acting out of obligation or pressure. I've learned to listen to my inner voice and trust the moments when I feel a sense of excitement, creativity, or deep purpose around a particular action. These moments are the key to inspired action. They come from a place of alignment and ease rather than resistance. The biggest change for me was learning to discern between action that feels forced and action that feels inspired. Forced action is usually rooted in fear or impatience. It comes from a place of "I have to" or "I should," which often leads to anxiety or frustration. Inspired action, on the other hand, feels natural, effortless, and aligned with my values. It's not something I feel I must do. It's something I want to do because it feels like the right next step in my journey. Inspired action has been incredibly freeing. When I follow my intuition and take action when it feels right, I often find that things fall into place with less struggle. Opportunities seem to come my way effortlessly, and solutions appear when I need them. This doesn't mean I don't face challenges. I still do. But inspired action helps me approach those challenges with confidence and a sense of purpose, knowing I'm moving in the right direction. What I've come to appreciate about inspired action is that it doesn't require me to have all the answers up front. I don't need to see the entire path laid out before me. I just need to trust that the next step will be revealed when the time is right. This trust in the process has brought a sense of peace and flow into my life that I never had before. Ultimately, inspired action is about allowing myself to be guided by a deeper wisdom and moving with intention rather than force. By aligning my actions with my intuition, I've experienced greater success, ease, and fulfillment in my journey. I now see action not as something I have to do, but as a natural extension of my desires and goals, and it's made all the difference in creating a life I truly love. 10. Connect with your purpose for lasting motivation. Finding and connecting with my purpose has been one of the most transformative steps in my life. For years I chased after success, trying to climb the ladder or achieve the next big thing. But the more I chased after external goals, the less fulfilled I felt. I realized that my true source of motivation was not found in accolades or recognition, but in the deeper sense of meaning that comes from living in alignment with my purpose. Understanding my purpose has given me a sense of direction that goes beyond momentary goals. Instead of seeking happiness through achievements, I've learned to seek it through personal alignment and fulfillment. It's not about reaching the destination. It's about living in a way that reflects my core values and beliefs every day. When I'm connected to my purpose, motivation comes naturally. I don't need to push myself to stay focused or disciplined because my purpose serves as an internal compass, guiding me with clarity and passion. Whether it's in my work, relationships, or personal growth, when I align my actions with my purpose, I feel energized, driven, and inspired. One of the most important lessons I've learned is that my purpose isn't a static destination. It evolves as I grow and learn more about myself. In the past, I thought my purpose had to be something grand or fixed. But now I understand that it's about following what excites and challenges me in the present. As I connect more deeply with my true self, my purpose continues to unfold in ways I never imagined. This connection to purpose has also helped me navigate obstacles with resilience. When I face challenges or setbacks, I remind myself of the bigger picture, the purpose behind my actions. This helps me stay focused, knowing that every step, even the difficult ones, brings me closer to fulfilling my purpose. Aligning with my purpose has given me a sense of fulfillment that I never found in external achievements. It has helped me move away from a sense of needing to prove myself and instead embrace a life of meaning, contribution, and growth. Purpose is no longer something I'm chasing. It's something I'm living every day. By living in alignment with my purpose, I've found a lasting source of motivation and satisfaction that fuels everything I do. 11. Choose joy as a tool for manifestation. Choosing joy has been an incredibly powerful tool for me in manifesting my desires. I used to think that joy was something that happened once I achieved my goals, once I got the job, the relationship, or the success I was striving for. But over time, I've learned that joy is a choice I can make every single day, regardless of what's happening in my external circumstances. By consciously choosing joy, I've been able to shift my energy and attract more of what I want into my life. It's like a magnet. When I choose joy, I increase my vibrational frequency, and that positive energy draws more abundance, happiness, and opportunities toward me. I've realized that joy isn't just a byproduct of success, it's the catalyst that creates the conditions for success to flow into my life. Choosing joy has also helped me navigate difficult situations with more grace and resilience. Life isn't always easy, and there are times when things don't go as planned. In the past, I would get bogged down by challenges, focusing on what went wrong. But now, I choose to focus on what I can appreciate, even in difficult times. By doing this, I change my perspective and my energy, which allows me to see opportunities where I once saw obstacles. This doesn't mean I ignore my feelings or pretend that everything is perfect. It means I give myself permission to find moments of joy. no matter how small, and let that joy expand throughout my day. Whether it's a quiet moment of reflection, a shared laugh with a friend, or the beauty of nature, I actively seek out the things that make me feel good. Over time, I've seen how choosing joy changes the trajectory of my life. It has helped me become more creative, more open to new ideas, and more willing to take risks. I'm no longer waiting for someday to be happy. I'm creating happiness right now. And as I continue to choose joy, I've noticed that my goals and desires are manifesting with greater ease. I believe that joy is a magnetic force that attracts everything I need to create a fulfilling life. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the art of effortless manifestation. Remember, life doesn't have to be a struggle or constant chase. By aligning with our true desires, letting go of attachment, and trusting in life's natural flow, we create space for our dreams to unfold in the most unexpected and fulfilling ways. If this approach resonates with you, let's keep the conversation going. I'd love to hear your thoughts, experiences, or any insights you've had on the power of letting go. Drop a comment below, and let's support each other in living a life of purpose and peace. And if you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. Share it with someone who could use a bit of inspiration, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights on living with intention, joy, and wisdom. Thank you for being a part of this community. Here's to trusting the journey and letting life surprise us. Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals, but every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies. They're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now, rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic. Rather, it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve, but Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, It's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life. making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, as I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful. So by the end, you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money, but after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted, But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now, I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time, I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account, just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now, I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth, it was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me. 13. Money is a tool, not the goal. For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time, I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time I thought all investments were the same, either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset, and one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule. But over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan, whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer. I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.